Are you planning on playing Die in the Dungeon after it releases on the 21st? Funny you say that. The devs reached out a bit ago, and they were like, hey, here's a key to the full game. Like, they did like a week ago, so it's several weeks before release. And I was like, oh, thanks. Does that mean, like, is there an embargo on it? Meaning, like, I can't stream it until the game is out? Like, do I have to wait? And they were like, no, you can stream it. I was like, what? I could just stream it? And they were like, yeah. Yep. You can just do that. So I was like, okay. Okay. All right. I'll do that. Yeah, they said you can make any content you want about the game before the early access release. No embargo. Hope you'll like the game. Which is crazy. Yeah, permission to leak the whole game. Well, it was cool. So I opened it the other day. Actually, you know what? Why don't I just show you guys? Let me turn off the BGM because the music in the game is good. Why don't I just open it and show you? It I like it so far. They changed a couple things about it, but nothing crazy. So if you go to Steam and you do Die in the Dungeon Origins, right? Origins. That's the, like, the demo version. So they sent it to me quite some time ago now. It says last opened February 1st. So I've had it for, like, yeah, almost 2 weeks. There it is. There it is. Here we go. Here we go. So it's actually completely full released, which is neat. But I want to take a vote before I do it, because I had another thing that I was gonna do today, and I was gonna do Duolingo. So I'll sit right here. We could do this Sunday. We could do the other thing Sunday. So press 1 if you want Duolingo, because that was initially the plan, or press 2 if you really want to see this now, or if, you know, I could play it for longer if we do it Sunday. But you tell me. You tell me. It's like slightly more for... All right. What were the numbers again? Too bad. If you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. Okay. It's close, but it's more people saying 1 just a little bit. It looks like. All right, we'll do that. Here's the teaser. Ooh, Die in the Dungeon. We're gonna do this Sunday then. I'll show it to you guys. But yeah, it's cute. It's real. Yay. Let's do... I'll put us in just chatting. And then I'll put us in our playlist. And then I'll get... Where's Duolingo? Yeah, what's the deal with them killing the owl? What happened? Why did Duolingo murder the owl? I don't know anything about it. I just know that there's a ton of people on Twitter being like, they killed him. And I'm like, oh. Okay. Like, why? Everyone's talking about it? Yeah, I don't know. You know how I found out about it? Okay. Every time someone dies, now this is a mascot, but every time someone dies, people show up in chat and they Paul Revere the fuck out of, like, every death. Right? I get Paul revered. They come in and they're like, oh my god, streamer, did you know this person died? And I'm like, oh, yeah, like, right, like when Jimothy Shitpenis died, right? They're like, oh my god, Jimothy Shitpenis. Oh my god, he's dead. And I'm like, what? I did. Yeah, hear ye. Yeah. I love that emote, the J Mike Revere. It's so good. It's so true, though. Murdered by the Dark Brotherhood. They always come in and they're like, oh my god, this thing happened, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't open Twitter, I don't know. Occasionally I open it to like look at my friends' art and stuff, and to look at things that like, you know, people I follow post sometimes, but I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna learn Korean today. I'm gonna start on basic because this is more for you guys than it is for me. This ain't for me, this is for you. Alright guys, quick. Is it 1, 2, or 3? One, two, or 3? 1. Very good. Very good. Check. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I know this. Na. Na. Wait, can I like... There we go. Does that help? Na. Which number out of these? 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Any guesses? And I can explain it after. I'm gonna open
I'm gonna make some bones creak, snap, crack, and pop with this statement. The Ice Bucket Challenge for ALS was 11 years ago.
That's nothing. You know how old fucking Paper Mario is? Over 20, bitch. That ain't nothing. Ain't got shit on me. Alright. Hold on. Paint moment, paint moment. I'm gonna give you a crash course, and then you're gonna try to remember this, okay? Let's see if I remember even how to teach any of this shit. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. What did you think of the Super Bowl? It sure was superb. Window capture. It doesn't want to capture. How about this one? Window capture. That one wants to work. Okay, okay. Crash course, crash course. In Korean, sometimes they do, symbols are always within a square. Okay. Sometimes there are two things. There's a letter on the left and a letter on the right to make a syllable. Sometimes it's divided a little more like this, where it's like 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is the order you pronounce them in when it's making, and all of this is one syllable, right? Sometimes it's like this, look, progressively larger. Sometimes it's like this, and you do like 1, 2, 3, 4. So for example, ah. This circle just means you hold your mouth open before you say the next thing. So it's ah, oh, eh, right? There's ya, etc., etc., right? This one would be like, ready? Eh, eh. Nothing. This is null, and then ah, and then this is kiok, which is like a in between a G or a K sound, like mostly a G. So ah, ah, right? This one shiot, which is kind of like their S, but when it's at the end, you just close, like as if you're about to say an S. You put your teeth together, you go tss, right, both out that sound. So it goes at, almost like a T. At. And then this isn't a real syllable here, but it's null, ah, that kind of L sound, and a K sound, ah, alk, if you're getting like really slow with it, alk, right? So that's how they generally do things for structure. That's why it's shaped the way it is. Okay. All right, so you have your little thingy here. Let me just... Good enough. Don't care. Watch this. I'll make it huge. I'll make it huge. Okay. So that's the basis, right? Then, when you start with null, everything you write starts with a consonant. So if it sounds like it starts with a vowel, you put null, you put the circle instead. So you've got ah. If you put this letter, which is sort of like a G or a K called kiok, this is ka. You put this one, which is their version of an N, it is na, right? This is oh, wait, connect that oh, because this to the left, just that's the vowel, right? All the vowels just look like a stick of some sort. Oh, ko, no, no means you. It's like that. And you'll learn the vowels, but it starts with E, U, A, U, O. And then if you wanna get a little into the compound ones, there's like these two are different. We'll get into that. But basically it's just pronouncing the little sticks, all right? That's your very, 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 very small basis on why these look the way they do. So you see they have three that are a, na, ga, a, and go, and o. Right? So we'll start with na. Na, it's this one. This is ni-in, is the name of the letter. Ni-in. Obviously it's the N, right? Na. This one is ka. Looks like a kiok. Ka. This one. U. Again, it starts with the circle, so you don't make a sound for the consonant. You just open your mouth and then you make the little sounds. That goes to 5. What about this one? What do you think this is? Is this ah or ku? What is 9? Without me clicking on it so you don't hear it. Is that long O or short O? Korean doesn't have a distinction between them. It's just O. Ah, 3. Yep. And then ku, right? Ku is just the U with kiok over it. Ku. All right. Which one's ah? Do you get how it works? So every set of symbols actually didn't show you like stacked in the little chart, but you know, it's either like left, right, top, bottom, depending on the shape of it. 1, yep, ah. So it's consonant is just null and then straight and a little forward. It's kind of easy to remember some of them because the way the language is written is it's shaped the way you say it. So imagine if a person's face is pointing to the right now. You're looking at someone's profile, their nose is this way, the back of their head's this way. If they were saying ah, you'd think they're really saying something that pushes out, pushes forward, right? So this goes forward, the little stick goes ah. And that's sort of how they made their languages. They tried to make the shapes represent sort of what your mouth is doing a little bit. Okay. Which one is na? Which one is na? 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Make the learning stop? No, no. You're gonna learn whether you like it or not. So people saying, you said I want to say 7. It was close. So that one was because the circle, so it doesn't have a heard consonant. Nah. All right, since that's na, ka should be pretty similar, right? Which one is ka? Zero. Ooh, when you said 6, close. It also has a kiok. So this is the k sound, the G, k, right? Ga. That one's the other one. We'll get to it. Ka. Okay, which one's O? Which vowel is O? Yeah, so it's always you, Dreer. You were doing it in the wrong order. So it's always consonant first, then vowel. So if it's stacked, then you read it from the top to the bottom. If it's left to right, you know, left to right. You read it in that order. Yeah, O is 9. Now, cool. O, cool. Cool, yeah. 6. Then 5, ah. Is 7, obviously. This sounds like nah. You can do this on your own. You don't need me for this. Oh my god, thank you so much. Wait, he's alive. He's alive? What do you mean? They didn't kill him? Okay, which one's not? Is he a zombie? Did they announce they were killing him? I don't know. Yeah, it's one. Nah. All right, I'm gonna do this. If you want to do repetition, you can do it on your own. Ku na ka u. Ooh. We'll move on. All right. U ka a ku na. Cool. I like the way they do this. They don't give you any lesson beforehand. Cool. They're showing 2 other vowels here. You haven't seen these yet. Straight line, E. No consonant, E. Straight line, vertical with a little nub to the left, O. It's like UH, but they tend to spell it EO because it's rounder than that. It's not when you go like it's not that, it's O. So you shape your mouth like you're about to say O, but you just go O. So it's in between an O sound and an UH a little bit. So they write EO, O. Ka sounds like ka when it's not in front of the word. What do you mean? Oh, because the way they write it, because the way that letter is shaped. I think I know what you're saying. Well, no, I don't know what you're saying. How come ka sounds like ga when it's not in front of the word? K and G are a little interchangeable in Korean. They do have a letter that is decidedly a K. It's ka, k, right? Kiok instead of giok. But their G is not a very like soft G sound the way it is in English. So it'll still, because you push out a lot of air, it'll still sound a little K-like. It's like if you took the K sound and the G sound and just went 50-50 right in the middle of them and said whatever that is, that's what the Korean like G sounds like. And then the K, yeah, exactly what Rivet said. The first one, it's the same letter but with an extra line through it. It means to make it like more forceful, put a little more air out when you do it. So it's those 2 that Rivets wrote are ka and ka. Do you hear it? It's still a G, but it's like just the way they pronounce it is not like ga. That we go ga, like a very guttural sound. They don't do that. Does that make sense? You hear that? It's a ka. It still sounds K-like to you if you're an English speaker, but it's not as k, like as sharp as if it was written like their K where it has the extra line through it. So it's all about comparison. It's the pronunciation part of the language is the only thing that's hard. I think learning how to read it, learning how to speak it, I personally think is easy. Like a glottal K. Yeah, exactly. Ka and ka, kaka. You could write kaka. You could. All right, I can do it. I can do my streak. Oh my god, gems. Ugh. It doesn't remember that I logged in. Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna log back in. Hold on. Where's my password manager? It's on the other browser. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Hacker voice. I'm in. Ooh, they have a whole thing with the. Okay, they have a cheat sheet. Wait, this is cute. So that's what I was showing you. Here are all the vowels, right? Ah, ya, oh, ya. They're doing what I said, which is they spell it E-O usually. Oh, yo. If you just take a vowel and put 2 lines in it, you just add a Y to it. Ooh, you, and then Imagine you see something disgusting on the ground, you're like, ugh, ugh. It's without the part, it's that English speaker like, ugh, that's disgusting. The sound is very similar to this. So if you're saying Korean is 한국어를, that right there is that same sound. It's a little weird to pronounce, but that's what it is. E, I know they spell like an I, but it's pronounced E like 2 E's. Ye, and yeah. I know these sound really similar. This is almost like an AY, but not like A. Don't do the E at the end. A. But it's yeah, and yeah. This is more of an EH, where this is almost an EY, but I think an AE is a pretty good example of it. It's just it's hard to hear the difference until you hear it a lot. And then sometimes you write, normally this would have a circle here, right? Or it could have any letter, but when I'm learning them, or teaching them rather, I typically put circles on all these. So this would be wa, wo. I would have put W-E-O here. Actually, I don't like that they put an O, but I would have said wo for that. So this is combining two. So it has U here, and then the next letter is A. U and A, which is wa. You just put them together. U, o, wo. O, e, we. Actually, if you said this word, if you put a circle there, we is how they say why. It's like, why do you do this? We, like that. Okay. O, e, we, we. They sound really fucking similar. They're not. Okay. This one, O, E, doesn't sound like this. If you put like an H in front of it, you'll hear like a lot of that. Hui is hui. It's still pronounced very similar to both of these, hui, but it's a little E at the end. It's a little more sharp. This is we, exactly, u, e, we, and e, like Isa or Isa. Isa for doctor and chair. E. You just try to say it fast the same way you say wa, e. One ends in a flat sound, the other ends with your mouth closing-ish. Yeah, it's a lot of tongue movement rather than your lips closing, though. Can you write the same characters differently? What do you mean? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean. Okay, consonants. Not really many. Oh, they didn't put it in alphabetical. It should be like kana, da, for like alphabetical order. So, giok, tikut. It's like that. You don't have to know the names well, though. If we put a at the end, ka, da, ja, pa. This would just be a. If it's at the end, you see they put ng. If you put it at the end of a syllable, for example, you do a and then you put this circle on the bottom, it would be ang. Ang. A-N-G. Ang. Ang, ing, eng. Like that. Na. This is an S. Sa. There are times you pronounce it SH. One of the quirks. Sometimes you do. Usually not. Sometimes you do. M, ma, ha, ra. They write it as an R, but it's not pronounced like R. It's in between. I think an L is actually a better letter for it, but it doesn't make a O sound. So if this were in order, ka, na, da, ra. So a, da, 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 da is the sound. And then this is what I was saying before. So you see how ka has a version? That is another letter. You just put more air out. So ka or ka. Ta or ta. Ja or cha. The difference between J and CH is literally how much air you're pushing out. So ja, cha. Ba, pa. Does that make sense? Okay, and then the tense consonants, I don't know how to fucking explain them other than it's just like, you just tense up a lot. So instead of saying ka, Ka. When you put two of them, ka. Ka. So the word to say, do it cleanly, is 깨끗하게. 깨끗하게. It's two of these. 깨끗하게. And then to say it's warm. It's warm. You use two of these. Instead of going 따뜻해, you go 따뜻해. 따뜻해. That's it. To say follow me, 따라와, 따라와, 따라. It's like, it's just two D's. You just more. That's the best way to describe it. You just do more. Same with ja. This is more ja, ba. And then this one is always an S sound when it's two of these. S. It's just sa instead of sa, sa. And you tend to tense on the vowel a little, so it almost sounds like you're choking up a little as you like get into it. You don't hold the next vowel out very long because you're just putting all the force into the consonant part. As we get lost, if you pronounce one of these like the version of it that's singular, you won't be too far off. And most people will kind of understand what you're trying to say. They'll just be like, oh, just pronounce it more like this. Because it is the same letter. It's just more force because you shoved two of them together. That's it. But these will get reinforced. Let's do learn the letters. Mu. Yeah. They're going to put after it. Yeah. So, ka. That's G, right? And you hear it, it's very like the same way I was doing, where it's almost K-like, but not super K-like. That's what it sounds like. Ooh. They even show you strokes for writing. Ooh. Ooh. All right, what is it? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, soft K. I always just say it's a 50-50 between K and G. Always. Juan. Mm-hmm. And then I go, ear, ear. Ooh, it's like the thing I drew. We got it from the same textbook. So you do 2 and then 1. So k-a. K-a. Now you see the shape of the letter gets a little ooh. It's just a font thing. It's literally just a font thing. Some people will write it very straight, like this, very right angled. A lot of the time when people are doing handwriting, you get more curves and things. Same shit. Same shit. Oh. Oh. Like the writing thing they do because I have a stylus on my phone. Oh, it's nice. Yes. Do you know how to say check? It has check and then continue. Do you know how to say check in Korean? Like for checking an answer, for checking if something's correct. Does anyone know the word for that? It's a good one to learn if you're learning numbers. 확인. So it would look like 확인. It would look like do the H. O A G. Okay. Sorry, I'm like trying to trace this so it doesn't like shit. So I'm H ho a g. Huak. That's just huak. Yeah, H for hat. And then in. So no consonant. In. In. 확인. 확인 is saying like to check something or to confirm. Confirm is a good word for that. So when you're like talking to, oh, I pressed the wrong button. When you're talking to a teacher and you're like, can you check my work? You would use the word 확인. Oh, they tend to do stroke order tends to be left to right, top to bottom for a lot of things. Pretty much all of them. Call. What comes first? 1 or 2? I'm 확인인. Yeah, I'm 확인인. Yeah. When call. Call. Which one is it? I mean, they say it for you, so I'm like, I'm sure you can tell, right? Ka. Mm-hmm. Ka. Ka is this one. So remember, what does the first letter look like? That looks like a G. Kiok. And then what does all look like? Yeah, so you know it's between these two because this is the letter for kiok, right? And then this one is all, it's toward the left. If it's to the right, it's ka. And again, I like to, for the vowels, imagine someone turning their head to the right and speaking that way. So that way the ah sound is very easy to remember because you feel like it pushes forward out of your mouth. It's a very forward sound, ka. So that's how we usually teach that. So, but this one is ka. So what's that? Ma. The letter mium. Gee, I wonder what English letter this is. Wow, is it 1, 2, or 3? Yeah, it's 2. This one's easy. Okay, they're having you do it like that. I know a lot of people that start here and they do it square, but that is more correct for like Korean script. 1, 2 or 2, 1? What's the order? Writing stroke order is pretty much the same as Chinese. It's very similar. And Koreans, before they had their own writing system, used Hanja, which is just Chinese characters. Some Japanese characters as well, which are usually derived from Chinese characters, but there's some stuff that kind of was born there. And they used a mix of the two. And they would write those characters, but they would say the meaning of the word in spoken Korean language. They didn't have a phonetic written system, and that came a lot later. 1 and 2, yeah. Ma. Ma. Ko. How would we spell that? Chinese kanji, hanja. Yeah, it's all very similar. It's the same way in Japan. They also would write things in kanji, and you just look at it and you're like, that symbol means that word, right? Same thing. Yeah. Ko, kiok, and then o. Which one is ma? Think of the consonant for mium and then vowel for a. Yup. Yup. So I feel like I'd be cheating if I answered the class because I did the Duolingo for a while. Yeah. Yeah, we're starting baby mode. Okay. Ma. Oh. I'm doing it like you're gonna get something out of it. Mo. Did you learn Korean on your own? I learned Korean being forcibly sat in the trenches with old people. And I had no choice but to understand them. I had some books and a good luck kid, you know? Yeah, it's 1, 2. Mo. Happens. Honestly, it's the best way. But it wasn't very formal with that. Ka. What does ka look like? Ka. Yeah, the way I learned was very, immersion's good, right? And then pushed in the deep end. Yeah, it's 4. Ma. Ma. I mean, any of the ones they say, you already know it's 3. Mo. Which one is mo? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is Korean really easy to read? Because they made it easy to read on purpose. They made it easy to read on purpose. Yeah, it's 1. Mo. It was a very, very, very modern written language. It's one of the few languages that's been developed within the past couple hundred years. It is. And a lot of the idea to write phonetically came from, it was a mix of things. There was, obviously Japan having their phonetic kind of language, but theirs isn't fully like that. Theirs is syllable based. Doing it by letter comes from, okay, it's a theorem, but this is what I was taught, that it does come from the West, and initially it comes from the Phoenician alphabet, right? So the Phoenician alphabet was one of our earliest written alphabets that is a proper, like, letter by letter, sound by sound alphabet. And then from there, that kind of moved east into becoming Aramaic, right? So people around there developed the Aramaic language. This is as years go by, it kind of spreads the idea of having a phonetic written alphabet. And then the same thing happens. You see a lot of these letter by letter phonetic alphabets also in Old Tibetan written language. And then from there, a lot of the belief is that that sort of Western to Eastern pathway continued with these letter by letter alphabets to Korean. It kind of skipped China because China already had their thing, and that is just very enforced. But when you get to Tibet, which is, right here, right there, that is a lot of the letters, not a lot of, some of the letters in Tibetan language, when they're written, are the same as some Korean letters that ended up in Hangeul, right? So Tigut, the one that looks like a D, is the same in like old Tibetan as what it is in modern Korean, except it just has one extra line coming out the bottom slightly. But it's the same shape. So that is the belief, is that the idea of, yeah, we should have one of those two, comes from just the kind of movement of phonetic letter by letter languages, which, you don't have in certain Eastern countries as strongly, but yeah. Korean was made to be easy to learn and comprehend. Yeah, it was what? It was the 1400s or something? 1420s. I want to say it was early 1400s, but that's very, very, like, made within the last 1,000 years is a big deal. Made after like 1100, 1200 is a big deal. So, compared to other languages, which tend to be older. 1443, was that what it was? Yeah. Yeah. All right, matching pairs. I think you guys can do this, but it's really easy because they're all right next to each other. They're all right next to each other. Yay. No, I don't want to wager. Section 1, Unit 1, vowels. All right, let's do it. Is the bird actually dead? I keep seeing him, and I'm starting to think he's... Is he a ghost? Is this a zombified owl? I don't know. All right. Oh, 1, 2, 3. What did we hear? Yeah, we have pa, ah, and tu. It's all. All is what they gave us. Oh. Gee, which one is oh? Which one is oh? Reports of his demise were greatly exaggerated. Yeah, seems so. Yeah, it's this one. Do you know what these are? 1, 2, and 3. How would you write them in English? Would you say, is there not a problem with homophones? For JP, it's easier to read writing with kanji once you know the kanji. I don't really... I think a lot of the issues that in Hanja, at least what I was taught, some of the way they interpreted some of the symbols was like just their own thing. And it was a little confusing for people because, let's say, like, the root symbol of a more complex symbol in written Chinese has fire in it. Sometimes that root would make sense in Korean. Sometimes it wouldn't because of the way they structured their words. And it just became a bit harder for it to make sense to people because of the way language just moves and changes and develops in a country, especially in ancient times, right? Not ancient times, but older times. So Hanja just kind of became more and more separated from spoken Korean, and eventually they're like, all right, we can't do this. But really the bigger reason was just that they wanted to make something that the average person could learn. And if you wanted to learn Hanja, you had to sit down and study that and be a scholar. You had to pay money and sit for hours and hours and hours to do that. It was way too fucking much. So they wanted to do a letter by letter thing so anyone could sit there and try to pronounce shit and just get the meaning. And it was just a way to educate the masses better instead of it being an exclusive thing to read, My name is Oshiba. Yeah, we know. All right, this is nu u tu. Nu u tu and all. That's what those are. 안녕하세요. 어떻게 지냈어요? I've been good. You could 어떻게 지냈어요 is like, how have you been spending your time? Is a nice way to say it. How have things been going? It's a very like Google Translate way of saying it though, right? 어떻게 is like the closest direct translation is like what to do. But when you say 어떻게 something, it's like what have you been doing with blank? And then 지내세요 is like have you been passing your time? Is a nice way to say it. A nice way to translate it. But really, people would say 잘, which means well or good. 잘 지내, which comes from that last word that he wrote there. 잘 지냈어요? Question mark. 잘 지냈어요, which means have you been well? Instead of like a longer thing. Which one is 더? Ooh, did you have you seen this letter yet? I mean, you can do process of elimination. Yeah, the one you said, Rivets. 잘 지냈어요. It's 3. Yeah. So this letter is 티귿. 티귿 is, well, I'm saying like very T-like, but 티귿 is very much a D sound. This is 두, 터, 우. This is the one that looks like old Tibetan D. So if you write this one and then you put a little line coming out of it a little bit, it's like the same letter and it makes the same sound. So it's one of those things where they're like, oh, ooh, two. Two is one way to say the letter or the number 2. It's usually 둘, but they take out the L sound, 둘, they take out that and they just say two for like, if you say how many are there, they'll say 두 개. They don't say 둘 개, they say 두 개. So sometimes when you take out that L, it still means 2. It's just how you conjugate it. 3, yep, 두. 가, 더. I'm just going to do these because you don't know the letters. Nu. Oh, if you want to do reinforcement, you can do it on your own. Tu. It's our best friend. Where is Tu? What on earth did I miss? This was the point of today's stream. We were going to do this earlier, and we didn't. I posted and I was like, we're going to learn today, and then we played Zort. I'm seeing 3s and 1s. 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1. Remember the straight vertical stick a little to the left is 더. 더, this word, 더, is a full word. It means more. So when you say, give me something, you say the name of the thing, whatever it is, whatever the vocabulary word is. 주세요. 주세요 means to give me. 주 is to give. 세요 is just a nice formal thing that you'll hear at the end of a lot of words. 주세요. If someone's like walking around and they're holding water, they're a waitress and you want some, you can point to your cup and be like, 더 주세요. Just like, give me more. And it's okay to say give me more. It's not like commanding and rude. You're nicely asking for more. You're not saying, may I please have money 주세요. 돈 is money. You say 돈 주세요 is a little like just give me money. They usually say 돈 좀 주세요. 좀 means like a bit. Give me a bit of money. 돈 좀, so D-O-N, 돈 좀, J-O-N. 돈 좀 주세요 is how you say that. 돈 좀 주세요. It's like, give me a little. Can I have a little money? All right. This one is the first one. A lot of you were confused by this one. This would be 더, which means more. 두, which could mean two. 두. 두, 우, 더, nu is what this is saying. Nu, this is nin, the N sound. 두. Remember a symbol based on you pointing away? Like Duolingo taught me. Oh, true. Yeah, you, because it's pointing away from it. Ooh. That's a good one. There it is. Ooh. 1, 2, or 3. Ooh. Yeah, pointing away is a good way to remember it. It's gonna mess with your Japanese study. Yeah, I could never learn the same, both at the same time. There's just no fucking way. Yeah, it's 1. Ooh. Same question. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Bonus points if you can write them all out, what they should all sound like. Zora thinks it's 1. There are 2 of these that start with a null. Okay, I have a note for one of you. Yeah, it's 1. Ooh is 1. So the second one, Zar, you wrote 2. I wouldn't write it as a T, it's a D. If you put an extra line through this, so it looks like a weird stretched out E, right? An extra line in the D it becomes a T. That would be ta, tu, but this one's du. So it's a D. So I would write it as D-U. And then, yeah, this is o, E-O, o, and then nu. Yeah, that letter that Italian just wrote there, it looks like a stretched out E. It's a T like this, the D, with an extra line through it to imply more air. All right, you guys can do this one because I stole the last one from you. 더, meaning more. 더. 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Which one? So there is also, yeah, like 따라와, the D. 상디귿 is what they call it. 상 means double or 2. It's actually the same, like if someone's twins, you call them 상둥이. 상둥이. 둥이 is like pals almost. like something 둥이, it just means like those people of this thing. So 쌍둥이 means like double people, essentially. Double friends, double whatever, which means twins. Not literally friends, but, you know, 쌍둥이. So it's the same thing. Yeah, 더, you guys got it right, is 8. They're much better off than North Korea. Oppa Gangnam Style. Wait, can I make a correction? Everyone says oppa Gangnam Style, but it's actually oppan. There's an N at the end, oppan, because it's a short way of saying oppa는, which means oppa is Gangnam Style, because he's referring to himself as oppa, like he's like an older dude. Not like older, but like within marriageable age older. He's saying oppan Gangnam Style, like I am Gangnam Style. It's that N is important because it's a conjugation. It's making him the subject of the sentence. Does that make sense? So fun. Yeah, this one you guys said 7, correct. Ka. Nu. Where's nu? Yeah, it's a little pet peeve. I usually don't point it out, but you know, oppan Gangnam Style is like style. Actually, style is a word that they say in English. It's a loan word they use a lot. When you're talking about someone's style, they'll be like, oh, style. They'll be like, oh, the style's very pretty. Like, it's very nice looking. Nu. Yeah, you guys got it right. Oh. Oh, 4 goes to what? 6 or 9? Yeah. Oh, goes to 9. A lot of you got this one mixed up. This is tu and nu. So when you saw nu, you were saying it's this one. Nu, I think of it as so okay, what you'll notice is nu and tu, the letters look pretty similar. Let me pull out paint for you. Putting out some paint for you. So let's do it with like an A. This is an N, and then you do the same letter and you go, and now it's a D. Na and ta. So what you'll notice if you go na, think of where your tongue is when you do that. Now go da. Na, da, na, da, na, da. You'll notice your tongue doesn't fucking move. It just separates to let air out. It is the same mouth position. Like almost exactly the same. You just get a little more air, a little more roundness when you do the D, and you like you remove your tongue from like behind your teeth, that roof of your mouth faster, right? Na, ta, na, da, da, da. It's the same position, and that's why the letters look so similar. So the way the written language was made is literally to like group and categorize things based off of how they're pronounced physically. And that way, people who learned how to read and write later in life had an easier time remembering these things because there was some sort of logic behind the letter being shaped the way it was. So you could kind of, if you were taught like, oh, this is shaped this way because it's representing the, the tongue hitting the top of the mouth and blah, blah, it gives you a reasoning. So yeah, right, the mind can grasp onto it because they find that it's really hard to teach people to become literate later in life. It's harder to grasp onto, whereas when you're taught young, it's this very natural thing. There's just a point in time where your brain develops enough, and it's harder to get this memorized and to understand it a certain way. So yeah, it's just cool. It makes it a little bit easier to grasp. All right, so this one was 2. We got that one. Ta, 1, 2, 3. Ta. Yeah, sponge brain. There's really like speeches like that too, right? Where if you don't learn how to speak by a certain age, incredibly unlikely, near impossible that you'll ever do it. Ta. Does anyone remember what this word means? Ta. What it translates to? I said it before. Ta 주세요 was the example given. Yep, it means more. It means more. So if someone's playing charades, no, here's a better example. Someone's dancing and they're saying 크게. They're saying to make it bigger. Do it bigly, right? Like do a big motion. A teacher's sitting there and telling someone, you move your arms out more bigger. They'll go 크게. They'll say 더 크게, even more big. Do it even bigger, for example, right? So 더 you just put in front of something and then bigly, and then you say the thing you want them to do and you're just telling them more this. And it's actually quite easy. That's quite easy. A lot of sentences are simple like that. All right. 1. All goes to what? Hi, Haruka. Yeah, we're teaching. We're doing the easy shit. We'll do more as time goes on. Hangeul's the easy part of Korean. Yeah. Some of the conjugations are a little cooked. It's simple memorization though because they tend to be like really consistent. So that's why I say it's easy to learn. It's a very consistent language. There's not too much shit that will change between words or the meaning gets weird or oh actually you pronounce this like this. It's not a lot of that. So compared to other languages. Yeah, it's 8. All. 2. Tigut and u. Fun fact, you have letters named like shiot, tigut, nian, right? Like that. It's to represent how it sounds when it's at the beginning or end of a syllable. The circle, which is null, it also sounds like an ng when it's at the end of something. The name of that letter is iung. It's just called iung. It's the name of it. Yeah, it's 9. 2. 3. 더. Our favorite word, more. Yeah. Yeah, 6. 오. Fun fact, 오 also means 5. It's one way of saying 5. 오 and nu. Nu. 오, something that's interesting about Korean that you'll learn later is they have 2 sets of numbers. They have a different way. They have 2 ways to say every single number. A lot of people know like 하나, 둘, 셋 for 1, 2, 3. There's also 1, 2, 3. And the reason why they have it is one for a generalized amount of something. And the other one is specifically when you're counting. So if you're standing there and you're going, 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, that's when you're sitting there and you're counting. Like, let's say you're doing a head count of kids. You're in a kindergarten class. And you're like, oh, are all 10 kids here? And you start going, 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷. Like, you do it when you're counting out loud like that. And then, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's really just saying a number. It's like, it's just, how many of these? Or if there's something saying like, which one do you want? The first, the second, or the third one? And you want to say, I want the third one. 3번. 3 for 3, 번, the one. Like you're just designating that one. Which one do you want? 3번. The third one. You're just generalized number tends to be that one. Gets a little confusing for people, but once you hear it in like 5 different scenarios, you do a little listening, it's really easy to understand. like why they would do that. 1, 2, 3, first, second, third. Yeah. Yeah. Like cardinal and ordinal, similar. It is a little like, yeah, saying like first, second, third. But not exactly. The use cases don't match that, so I wouldn't completely memorize it that way. Does that make sense? All right. Paul. 6 through 0 here. Yeah, 8. Oh. Same vowel. Oh. Does that make sense? They'll probably give me examples later. 9, 7. 9s? Yeah, okay, so for the person who said 7, close. You had the right idea that there's a circle here, meaning there's no vowel, but it's this one. It's oh. Ooh. This is the other one. This is the other one. Yeah, 7. Ooh. 2. 2. Where's 2? I wonder if native speaker can tell someone learn a language via an AI tool. Does AI do some weird things? I've never seen this in the context of an AI tool. Okay, obviously this is new. I've never seen that. New. We just did it. We just did it. Niun. We'll just. I know you guys can get that one. Where is new? Find it. 1, 2, 3, or 4. I mean, I could tell often when something is Google translated in Korean. I can like it's pretty easy because everything is like overly formal and very literal, and not the way like someone would just sit down and say that. So you can do vocabulary all right with it, but when you're doing a full sentence, it comes out really like odd. I think Korean, Google Translate Korean is like worse than Google Translate Japanese half the time. It's similarly bad. Using an ad blocker? No. No. Ooh, okay. We're gonna start to get into other vowels now. They do sound like they speak in Google Translate. Yeah, it gets a little weird. Yeah. So it's right? It's the very normal and then they just add a second line. Yeah. Yeah is something you should not say to people unless you're very close with them and you're given full permission to speak informally with them, and you're close enough that you could just be like, hey you, instead of saying someone's name. Yeah just means hey, as the best possible translation. When you say yeah to somebody, depending on how you say it, it can come off as pretty aggressive. It can also come off as playful. So it's super important to just not say this unless you are perfectly like your tone, your way that you're saying it sounds like, right? So if someone smacks someone else and they're like, yeah, you know, they do that, like they're like, oh, hey, stop it, right? You could just say it like that, but that's again usually between friends. But if you're calling out to someone and you say, yeah, that's you're confrontational, like off the bat. So just don't say that to people. Just avoid it. Which one is yeah? You've seen enough K-dramas to know how to use yeah. Oh, yeah, this is the scene. The male lead is walking away from the female lead after letting her down, and they're in their like not yet together yet arc. He's still being mean to her. The second male lead, who never gets the girl, stands there, sees him walking away from her, and goes, yeah. And the other guy turns around dramatically. Right? He'll be like, hey, what the hell was that? Yeah. Right? It's like, you'll hear it in that context. That being said, if I was with a friend, I'd be like, yeah, hand me that, right? Close your sale. I'd be like, give me that thing, right? Something like that. You know, it's whatever. Yeah, you guys got it right. It's one. So it's just if you're like friends, nobody fucking cares. It's a comfort thing, but not everyone does it. Me. Square. Meum is the letter me. Me. new consonant. Das ist interessant. Yeah. Remember Sunny from Sonia? She said, yeah, to another member on a show once. Now I know the context. Yeah. If someone like throws something at somebody else and they're like, ah, they're like, hey, you know, like you can do it between friends. It's just a little, it's awkward to do it to someone you don't know. Find me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one is it? Which one? 1. Me. I'll say these really quick so you just know what they are, but you'll learn them later. Me. This is R / L sound, and this is ya, which we just did before. This is P. B, literally the letter B, and then E, the vowel P, which also means rain. So the singer from Korea, Rain, his name is actually just P. People don't call him Rain, they call him P over there. But yeah, mi, ya, P are those. I mean, this one's pretty obvious. Isn't that a singer? Just because you said that we're going to listen to P on Spotify. Songs by Rain. Oh yeah, we're going to start with Rainism. Is this his most played song? His most played song is Rainism. Okay, is 3. So it's just that's how you'd pronounce that. Is one of the sounds that I find when people try to say out loud and they're English speakers, they have the hardest fucking time. Or they'll say it individually just fine. They'll work on it. They'll be like, okay, they'll get it. And then they'll be in the middle of a sentence and they'll be like, ooh, like it just comes out wrong when they try to do it fast a lot of the time. So this is probably the one to practice the most. Thanks, Mr. Duo. I can't believe they fucking killed him. He's so cute. Which one is It's kind of Frenchish low-key. A little bit. There are a lot of Middle Eastern sounds like that too, depending on the language. It's 4. I use your abs. Say smile. Like you're gonna say e, right? So you open your mouth really wide and keep your teeth close together and go Hangeul. Does that make sense? You can also do it without you could do it without moving your mouth like that at all, but that's just a good way to like practice it. Is 4. These are e, r, m, Me when I'm struggling and I go I'm not gonna play it again. What is that? You should be able to figure it out, even if you didn't hear it. Does your pronunciation have an American accent? Probably. Yep, it's 3. It's not a rolled R. It's just that there's no vowel before it. So you just say L, like you're going to do an L, but you don't go L, you go to A, da, da, you know, like, what's a good, if you're telling someone to go, 가볼게. Should we go? 가볼게. If you put this at the end of a syllable, it sounds a lot like an L. 가볼, but it's like very round. Not 가볼게. It's 가볼게. So this letter can sound very L-like if it's at the end of a syllable, but if it's at the beginning and there's no real thing before it, it's just ra, re, ro, ru, like that. I always forget this R symbol. Yeah, it looks like a fucked up S, so it's hard for people sometimes because their English-speaking brain is like, backwards S? All right, we just saw it. These are ya, pi, mi. That's a good word actually that has a r in it. Pimir. If you put this letter at the end, so you have a 3-part syllable, M-I-L essentially. Pimir. You know what 비밀 is? It's a secret. 비밀. Someone asks you a question and you want to say it's a secret. You say 비밀 and then 이에요. 이었어. It was a secret. 비밀이다. 이다 at the end would be like a I'm speaking to someone the same age as me and I'm not speaking super formally. 이에요 is the standard, like it is this mildly formal, can say it to anybody kind of conjugation. 비밀이에요 is a slow way to do it. 비밀이에요. So that's an example of how that sounds like an L in some words. M. 1, 2, or 3. It's pronounced the same as 2 in French with an R in the front. The symbol is 2. Oh, maybe that's an easy way for some people to remember it then, depending on what their thing is. 우주소녀 song. Yeah. There's this 비밀이야. 비밀이야 is like, you're saying it's a secret. All of those versions I said all are the same, saying it's a secret, but it's different formalities. 비밀이야 is saying like very informally to someone it's a secret. So if your friend, a close friend of yours, or someone younger than you is like, what's your name? And you want to say it's a secret, you can say 비밀이야. It's a secret, but the iya is like super informal. You can also just say 비밀 and not conjugate at all to someone who, again, like it's okay to speak informally to. You can do that. I hate the languages that have a ton of formal versus informal stuff. It's a single language. Yeah, well, you didn't make the language, so I get you though. It's honestly, it's hard because you can learn a language and learn everything formally, and then the moment someone speaks informally, you're like, I think it's this word, but like, what if that was a conjugation, or what if that was a vocabulary word I don't know? You know, it can get really scary. Okay, we're learning E and U and mim, peep, E. Which one is E? Happy Valentine's from the Philippines. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's 8. E, straight up, one line, no lines coming out of it. E, basic vowel. E. Me. This is using the same vowel. Which letter is the me? Which one's me? 7. Nope. Incorrect. Me is 7. It is, the M is a square. Me. Me. It's that one. Me. The one you're thinking of, we'll skip ahead to it. 5. P is this one. It's not a perfect square. It's like a little U with a line drawn through it. Or if you take a square and you move the top line down, P. That's this. Important thing here, me and P, you do the same thing with your mouth. They're just slightly different in amount of air, which is why they look so similar. Amelie, we're learning Korean. I'm teaching. Welcome on in, gooners. Is that what your names are now? You're her goons? Welcome in, gooners. But I call you guys Leroy. I'm a Lee fans. Hello, Leroy. Welcome to the chat, singular Leroy. Goonlings. All right. Leroy Gooners, welcome on in. Welcome to the party. We're listening to Rain because the word P came up, and that's his name in Korean. We're just going over. We actually just started, so you're not really far behind if you don't really know how to read this. But we're teaching shit. And I was just telling some people in the chat why they were wrong about this answer. They saw me and P, and they got them mixed up. But that's what we're doing today. We're just going over some Duolingo. We're stupid. No. Here. I'll give the crash course again. I'll give the crash course on how Korean works to everyone in the chat, and it's going to be so easy. Are you ready? Okay. Okay. When you write in Korean, you arrange the letters in a little box. And it's really simple because it's always a square every time. These are dotted lines. I'm sorry, they look so shitty. So if you see two letters next to each other, left and right, you start with this sound. It's just like English where it's A, B, C, D, right? Like each letter is a particular sound. It's not a syllable. But this whole box is a syllable. So I read this one and then this one, left to right. Same thing top to bottom. If you see two symbols stacked top to bottom, you read this one, then this one. And then if it were like this, it were three of them with two up top and one on the bottom, maybe 1, 2, 3. And if it's a square, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's exactly the same as if you were reading an American comic. It's literally the same. Also, yeah, the owl is alive. We were like seeing him on stream, which is crazy. So if you see circle, which is null, it's a consonant, but you don't pronounce it. And you see next to it this, you'd read it left to right. So you open your mouth and make no sound, and then you have a vowel. This one is ah, ah. If you see the same thing, you see this, but you see a vowel below it, you pronounce this first, and then the thing below it. So you go ooh. So if you had this letter, which is representative of a sound much like a G, you go ka. Same letter. Oh, actually, let me do the same vowels above. And it's like this, gu. That's all. If I do circle, I do a little ah, and then I have a circle under it. Ooh, we got a 3 stack. Ooh. Do no sound, ah, and then when it's at the end of something, it sounds like ng. Ang. If I do kiok, I do ah, and I do ng, kang, which means strong. Kang. That's how you write it. So it's like top left, top right, bottom. That's it. If I did a, ah, like that, I do nothing, and then ah, and then I do an L, a Korean L, and then a Korean K, A-L-K, I. So it's literally like left to right, top to bottom. Very easy to figure out the order of stuff. So we're reading these, and we're just learning the letters right now. So this one, they did, we said which one is E? It's this one. So it's circle, no sound, and then next to it, E. There you go. They're just learning what these are. Then they were looking for me. Same thing. The square is the M sound. M. The letter's called miun. And then a little straight line. Me. E. Me. There you go. It's like baby, simple, dumb, stupid, simple, and it's really convenient to learn. And because it's letter-based and not like a symbol. Like Japanese has, you see a symbol and it's a whole syllable. It's a consonant and a vowel together, a pairing. So there are a bajillion symbols. With Korean, it's much like English where each symbol is just a single letter. So you can quite literally just sound it out. Right? So now we're just learning what the vowels are. The vowels are all straight lines. Every single vowel is some sort of straight line. So we were teaching that. Let me pull out paint again. I'll show them to you. I'll show them real quick. So it's E, A, O, U, U, O. Those are the ones they've learned so far. And then we just started adding. Sometimes you get a little spicy and you go, and you add a second one. It's the same. So this is A. This right here is A. So if I take A and I put 2, it becomes ya. There you go. If I took O and I put 2 lines sticking out of it, now it's yo. Obviously, you can't do it with E because it doesn't have anything sticking out of it. It's just E. No one goes ye. Well, maybe in English we go ye ye, but like, but obviously they don't go ye ye in Korean. So you got ah, ya, you can go oh, ya, u, yu. Fun fact, uyu is how you say milk. Uyu. And then o, yo. So that's kind of like, that's the lesson round. That's literally as far as we've gotten. Ta-da. And then they've learned a couple consonants. Ye ye. Me when I'm hanging out with my friends. Ye ye. But yeah, that's what we learned so far. Yay! You're caught up now. You're a master of the language. Ta-da! So, m. Which one out of 6, 9, and 0 is m? Mim, the consonant, and then our vowel. Guessing this is why a lot of Korean names are written in 3 to 4 letter blocks in English. No, there are 3 syllables. So in Korean, your surname tends to almost always be 1. So Kim, 1 syllable. Also, yes, it's 0. M. Mim is this one. M. And then for the sideways line. M. The question you're asking about the Korean names, they tend to be in 3 parts. And so it would be like Sunghoon Kim. Sunghoon Kim, if you're doing it in like English, where it's first name, last name. It's the other way around when you're in Korea. They say your surname first. So Kim Sunghoon would be how you'd say that. And it would be in this order. So Kim, sorry, I'm doing this mouse and keyboard, so Kim, so kiok, that kind of sound. Kim. And then song, S. This is, you haven't learned that letter yet, but that's an S. Song, so all, and then ng. Hun, hat man. You take the circle and you put a hat on it, it becomes an H. Hun. It's oo and then nian, the N. So it's surname, last name, and then a 2-syllable first name. Almost all Korean names are like that. We've got last name, first name. Kim Sung-hoon. Almost always something like that. So, that's just how they do it. Same as Chinese. Pretty similar. There are some people who have a single syllable first name, and people are like, wow, that's so cool. That's so that's so unique. You know, it's wow. And obviously you can use your English name and just write it phonetically and have a longer name, and people will be like, okay, like no one's gonna be like, it has to be 2 syllables and freak out at you, but it's just very typical. That's all. Yeah, they do it in China too. Vietnamese names go by the system too. You know, I wouldn't have thought of that, but now that you say it, and I think to any of my Viet friends' names, I'm like, oh yeah, they are like that. They are like that, huh? Jin is a very popular one. Jin is somewhat, yeah, somewhat. E, you see a lot of people, the last name Lee, L-E-E. That's actually E, which is this symbol right here. So the circle meaning null at the beginning, and then E. So E Sunghoon would be like the last name, right? And they'll, yeah, same with Woo, right? Woo, if you see W-O-O, Woo, that's usually Korean, whereas if it's W is usually Chinese for the last name. And if it's written W-O-O in English, you don't actually pronounce the W sound at all when you say that last name. It'd be Oo, Oo Sunghoon. So literally just write 2 O's, and that's how you pronounce that last name in Korean. Oo Sunghoon, right? A little bit of a weird name to Oo Sunghoon, but said, Lucky, stop. My cat is like, he's camping me. You know, so many E's. Yeah, they're like a bajillion. Kim and E are the most common you'll see, usually. You see Kang, Kwak, you know, those kinds of last names. Is there a huge difference between North and South language if you know? Yeah. Im Arim said, or is it E Arim? What character is that? Yeah, Im Arim. From my understanding, North Korean doesn't use or borrow from foreign words at all. That's true. They don't use loan words. I don't remember what the word for it was, but instead of saying ice cream, so if you go to South Korea and you're like, can I have some ice cream? They'll literally say ice cream. That's it. If you go to North Korea, I want to say it was like autumn something or something autumn, meaning like ice. They had a word for it that means like ice and cream together. It's not bingsu. No, bingsu is a shaved ice and it's its own dish. It's something literally ice cream. They just have a set of words for it that are the descriptors of it. And it's like if you say ice and cream, they don't use the word cream because cream is a way of saying the English word cream, right? We looked at that video. Yeah, there was someone was like, "What is this?" And they had a North Korean person, a defector, and then a South Korean person sit there and say the name of it at the same time, and they were saying so many completely different words. That's what it was. 얼음 보송이. Yeah, 얼음 보송이 is such a weird thing, but then when I hear it, I'm like, wow, that makes a lot of sense to me. 얼음 is ice. So yeah, that was how they called it. It's like a dessert, and it's like a very literal translation. But they won't say ice cream because they don't use any English loanwords or any loanwords at all in North Korea. So that's the biggest difference between it. A lot of differences in accent, some individual word choice, but there aren't too many things that are so different that you can't understand each other. Yeah, super literal, super literal. Yeah. All right, we did this one. Which one is r? Vowel it's one of these two. Consonant, sort of that L sounding one. R. Yeah, it's 6. Weird backwards S is their version of an L or R. And then sideways /, R. And then P. This is one that people kept thinking was me. The thing I wanted to show you when you guys got it wrong, I'll explain it. A lot of people saw me and P, and they mixed them up. So, M, a square. Well, they tend to do it like that. That's the stroke order. Mium, the B is almost the same letter. It just has the line lower down. It's a square, and then you take the top row and just go move it down a bit. The reason why these look similar, it's the same as N, as N looking like this, and D looking like this. The example I gave before was if you say na, and then you say da, na, da. Your tongue, your mouth position is almost exactly the same. And that's why the letters look so similar. Na, ta, right? There are reasonings for the letters being shaped the way they are because they're supposed to be really easy to learn to read and remember. Ma and ba, if you say ma ba over and over, you'll notice your mouth is making exactly the same shape between the two. And then it's just how much air you're pushing out, how fast you're doing it. Right? So again, that's kind of why the letters look so similar, because they're supposed to be physically shaped in the way your mouth is being shaped. Does that make sense? And interesting, versus you're doing the same thing with your mouth, but your lips are closed. So it's like a closed square. So they give a lot of logic in why the letters are written the way they're written to make it easy to remember. Does that make sense? So that's why a lot of you got me and P mixed up. They do look really similar, but they are like that on purpose. Does that make sense? So then P is this one, where it's a square. When they write it side by side like this, a lot of the time it gets a little skinny. Same thing with this. It's not literally a square. You see, it gets a little tall. It's like a taller rectangle. It doesn't have to be perfectly square. Close enough. A lot of fonts will kind of make it smaller. You'll notice this is mi, so I'll just give you the answer to this. M is this one. You notice it got wider. Again, it's not a square, it's like a rectangle. A lot of fonts will stretch it to match the vowel and its placement. Same thing with this. You notice that it's like a wide oval here for and then it's a tall oval for E. Same letter. It's just sometimes when you're writing, especially by hand, you kind of stretch it to make it make sense visually. So m. This is m p e. Throws me off because a lot of chicken dishes use tak, like takkangjang. Tak. I mean, tak is what chicken is. That's just how you say it. You don't really pronounce the L in it. I actually feel like you do. You think about it. You just don't go like tal. Tal. You don't say, if you say tal without the K at the end, the kiok, tal means like moon. It's the word for moon, tal. But then you add that kiok to the end, tak. It's very, I missed a text. I can go back. Tak is just, It's one of those situations where you see four letters, but you don't really hear four of them. We were saying, yeah, tak instead of chicken. Chicken is another, it's just a loan word, right? When you go get fried chicken, if someone says, do you want to go eat fried chicken? In Korea, you'll usually just be like, do you want to eat chicken? Chicken 먹었어? Did you eat chicken? And when someone says that, you don't think of just chicken. You're usually thinking of fried chicken specifically. So they kind of colloquially use it to talk about fried chicken. Um, and then when someone says tak, you're thinking of a more generalized, like the animal, the meat, chicken. So that's kind of why sometimes situationally they'll use the two. Chicken is more often used for like chicken you'd get from a restaurant. They'll call a certain dish something chicken. It's usually fried. But yeah. And then like takbal is chicken feet. Obviously, they're not going to say chicken feet. They say takbal because it's literal the animal chicken. Like that's how they're referring it to it. Does that make sense? Your accent when you talk sounds like a native speaker. Thank you. I've tried hard for a long time. Well, someone was asking kind of how I learned. I was just thrown into the deep end a long time ago when I was over there, and I had to just learn my way out. So sometimes I say certain things, and like I'll totally have an accent. Other times, not really. Or chimek for the real ones. Chimek, chicken and mikju. Chimek is chicken. Mikju is beer. Chimek, when you go out and you eat chicken and drink beer. Or if you want to kill someone, you give them solmek. Solmek is soju and mikju mixed together. So soju and beer just literally poured together. Solmek is like designed to kill people. Or that's at least how I feel. A lot of Koreans drink a fucking lot. And it's horrifying. But yeah, they'll be like, why drink soju and why drink beer separately when we could just mix them in a giant thing and pour it out for everyone? Solmek. How do you say kimchi? Kimchi. Kim. So that K, we spell it with a K. We spell it like kimchi in English, but it's not written like that in Korean. So if you're writing it, you would do kim, and then chi would be like, I usually write it like this, chi. Kimchi. Sorry, my handwriting, like when I'm doing this with a with the mouse keyboard is so hard. So hard. Kimchi. Yeah, like a normal soft G. It's the normal kyok letter. Kimchi. You don't say kimchi because then you'd be writing this other letter, which would be like k, right? So if you have this and then you have this, you pronounce this one like ga. This you pronounce it like ka, like kaka, ka, ga. This is decidedly a K. This is like they write it as a G, but it's not like a ga. It's not guttural and glottal. When we say the G sound, like GEEGA, right? Like my name, GEEGA. GEEGA is very, you're using the back of your tongue to say that G sound, ga, right? You feel the back of your tongue hit the top of your mouth, ga, right? And you could like, not, you could relax the front of your tongue and still say ga. When you're pronouncing this ka in Korean, ka, it's similar, but you flatten your tongue out more, and the way the air passes through your mouth is just a little different. And getting that more sharp air sound is what makes this sound a little like a K to an English speaker. Because a lot of air coming out is ka, that's a K, right? Does that make sense? It's just how your tongue is positioned when you do the accent. So it's like, if I was doing English, ga, you hear ga, I go like ooh before I do it, right? Ga. And then Korean, ga. It's less, I don't, nothing near my larynx or in my throat is tensing up when I do that. Whereas here, it kind of does a little bit preemptively. Ga, you're tensing like right where the bottom of your fleshy bit between your jawbone area meets your neck. That little right angle, if you have no weight on your body. That little right angle, right, between your throat, if you're looking at it from the side, and the bottom of your mouth. That little area, yeah, the upper gooch, tenses up a little when you're doing like an English ga. But then when you're doing a Korean ka, it doesn't ka. It just doesn't. It's a little more forward in the mouth. I don't know how to describe it without like showing you x-rays of a person's mouth, but I hope that makes sense. Yeah, the throat. Your throat tenses up when you do it in English. Practicing saying alongside. Yeah, do it. Do it out loud. It helps. Because a lot of the time you'll do this practice and then you'll go to pronounce one of these and you'll be like, whoa, I can't do that fast. Like, the really fucks people up. You struggle with the double consonants? Oh, yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Good words to practice saying are clean and warm. I gave those as examples before. The word for warm is kekit. Kekit. Kekit is sang-kyok, which is that double G, where you wrote like ka versus ga, ka, ga. I don't know how to describe it very well, but, you know, G versus G, and she versus she. It's literally just push out more air, move your diaphragm more as you say it. That's the best I can tell you to like help yourself pronounce it better. Ka or ka. And a good way to do it is that there's glottal stopping. I don't know if you know what that means, but there's glottal stopping of the air before you pronounce one of those letters that's doubled. So yeah, jjajangmyeon is a good idea to kind of use as an example. So glottal stopping means you're basically in the back of your mouth, you're using the back of your tongue and the part of your tongue that's like really low down into your throat you're literally closing off the air. So you're closing off that air passage and then opening it to make the sound, to let the air out. Whereas when you're doing a single letter, like ga, you're not like closing your entire throat. You're not tensing up that much and then letting all that air out. You don't have to like do all that. Does that make sense? So and you don't have to do it that intensely, but that muscle in that part of your tongue, the very low and back part of your tongue, is tensing a little bit more when you do that double letter to let the air out. Everything about the mouth position otherwise is the same. So it's low in your throat area that is what changes. I think if you practice it like that and you try really hard to do it like that, you might sound crazy. like you don't have to overdo it, but that is what's happening. So ga versus ga. So ga, or no sound. I'm just tensing up, getting ready to go ga. Does that make sense? I can literally feel the back of my tongue like hitting, like right in front of my uvula. I'm holding it there and then I go ga. Whereas when I'm going ga, 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 I'm not like closing that airway entirely. Hope that makes sense. Hope that makes sense to you. All right, me, one. Which one is on the right? 6 through 0. Me. Yeah, you just hear rain is in the background. Well, now it's domestic by rain. Me. 7, yep. M. Same consonant, so it starts with the same one. M. But it's got the vowel. 0, yep. M. E. E. The consonant is just no. Yeah. 6. D. That thing that's like an R or an L, can't tell. Get 30 sexy in here. It should be queued up at some point. I love that song. He turned 30 and he was like, here's my song. It's called 30 Sexy. I was like, oh my God. Making him go. Did I went to this one. I skipped it. All right, well. D. You're right. Is 8. M. Let's do M. Which was this one, right? You guys kind of already said it before. B, obviously, is this one. B. So the one that you guys got mixed up again was me versus B. Me, simple square. B, square, but it's a little lowered. A little line up top. Bring it down. B. We just said it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one's B? 30 Sexy is such a jam. It's a good fucking song. I like the music video where he has this backup dancers that are dressed like they're in a harem. They look really good. Yeah, it's for B. This is R, Mi, E, B. P also means rain. E. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which one is E? Yeah, it's 3. E. Correct. M, P, E, me. I'll just do this one fast. We already did it. We already fucking did it. Me. Let me click it. Me, m, p, e, r. You practice on your own. Oh, we're so smart. Woo. Okay, I assume they're gonna add more vowels now. They did ya once before. Oh, we're getting into the compound vowels. Oh, it's not actually scary. There's fucking like 2 of them. E. E. When you see, so this is the, if you cover the line on the right, this looks like O. This looks like the letter for O. And then this one looks like the letter for E. Sometimes they throw 2 vowels right next to each other. They smash them together, and it makes another sound. So the O and the E together, this makes E. And it's like an EH. It's just a plain E. If you just see, if you're saying and in Italian, and now we go do this, E, right? EH. E. Hopefully they do the other one that's similar after this. Okay, they didn't. All right. E. We just saw it, so we all know it's 1. E, se, je, pia. Pia. E is just a very plain, flat E sound. E. This is the new consonant they're putting in here for this lesson along with this one. This is shiot. It's an S. But oh my god, but you pronounce it like shiot. Why do you do that? This is the consonant that has the most nuance, and it's really not too bad. It's just remembering 2 things. Shiot, my beloved. When you put it in front of something, this is she. Some people write it like that, but I always was taught to just, right? She. Oh, and then when you put it at the end of a thing, oh, looks like a little man. Oh, when you, it sounds like a T, but without the t, without the air afterward. Because if you're making an S sound, you go s. Imagine if you ended a word. There you go. Harness, but you don't do this the hiss. You go harnet. Right? If you got your mouth in position to say an S sound, but you did not do the hiss, you did not push air out, it would be a lot like ending on a T, right? Without, again, you're not pushing air, so you're not going t. So when you just cut off the air, right? You just stop the air in that position. That's really what this all means, right? If I have this 2, this ending thing in every single Korean syllable is just, this is the shape your mouth makes when you end. So when I end a sound and I have this S thing that sometimes is said like an S, sometimes said like an SH, depending on, that's just nuance. When it's at the end, you just stop the sound as if you're about to pronounce an S, but you're not pushing any air out. So the letter is called shiot. That's why it's like that. I know that's like a little weird. Saying I'm confused, you'll just get used to it as you practice it. It's one of those things that I could explain it 3 more times. You'll just get it as you go. So this is se. It's not se, which we'll learn after, which means like a bird. It's se. E, se, je, pia. Se. They just showed it to us. It's a shiot, the one I just showed you. Se. It's 1. It's 1. Se. Again, e. there's there's another vowel that sounds like an AE and it's really similar and people will see it and it also looks similar. It looks like an H because this is turned the other way and people go, I don't know the difference. You'll get it as you go. E. Which one is se? We just saw it. Chris Madden says it's 3. Do you agree? Also, yeah, one of you were asking about the Y. That's when they add double sticks, double nubs. Yeah, se. Se. This is, we'll get to it. Cha, bia. E, cha, se, bia. Bia. 3. Yeah, 3. Not telling about 없는. 없어 versus 없는. 없는 is like, yeah. Bia. Yep. You hear my cat. Beep, the B, and then ya. It's an ah with 2 nubs. Ya. Yeah. Mya. You've been learning Korean for a year and still can't tell the pronunciation difference between e and e. E? Okay. The first one, e, is like an EH. E. It's so flat, there's no nuance to it. The one that looks like an H in English, e. Imagine if you're about to go A, you're about to get into AY, you're about to get into that Y sound. You just cut off before you get to the E part of it. So A. Cut off before you do that A. You just don't do the ending E in the AY sound. If you're saying hey to someone, hey, end it before the Y happens. Hey. So it's a little more A than E is. That's the difference between them. So they'll write it as AE. So it goes hey, it's a little rounded, and you just don't resolve on an E sound. So he versus he. He, he. Do you hear it? Se, se. Be, be. Be, be is stomach or pillow. Stomach. 배고파. I'm hungry. Or like I have nothing in my stomach. 배고파. 배. 배 is that AE sound, which is not the one we're seeing here. 배 is that EH, which is what we're dealing with right now. And then, so it's ra, che, che, 자, 야. You guys got this one right. 펴. The B is also a little P-like. The same way the G in Korean is pronounced like in between a G and a K. There's a little air coming out of your mouth. Same thing with a B sound. It's not bia, it's not b, right? Bia. It's pia. Pia, it almost sounds like a P, but it's not pia. Pia is a different letter. Pia. But do you hear how it's not bia like in English? It lacks that guttural sound. A lot of my Korean friends, when they would hear people speaking English, they'd be like, it just sounds very guttural. Like you have a lot of this like sound that I hear from your throat, and they just have less of that. So keep that in mind. It's a bit more forward with the mouth. Ramen tennis. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Yeah, that one's pronounced hoot. That's a good one. Hoot, hoot is a good example of the shiot at the end. You had a Korean Duolingo lesson? Get back in there. Duo wants you in the mines. Che. Che. Which one is che? Che. Not che. Che. 3. Yep. I mean, when they do listening like this, you know, the J is another example of just pronunciation. This is a Korean J, but it sounds a little CHE, but it's not. Again, because they have less gutturalness and they use the back of their throat less to say words compared to English. It sounds like a little CH-like, but it's not. If you put a hat on it, you put another line, now it's a CH. Now it's ch. So cha means sleep. Cha versus cha, which means car. Cha, cha. That's their J versus their CH. The difference between the two is just smaller. It's just a smaller gap. Front of the mouth by the teeth. Yeah, a lot of Koreans pronounce like in front of the back of the tongue, in the middle of the mouth in the front. Whereas a lot of English it has more rounded syllables and a more usage of the back of the tongue down into the throat. Between J and Z? No, not in mouth shape, but in sound a little. It's not that. It's that in Korea they'll use this letter, which looks like or sounds like a J, to replace things that have Z's in them. So pizza which is Z's, pizza. If you go to Korea, it's pija, and it's using this letter, pija. Pija. So I get what you're saying, but I wouldn't teach it like that. Se, 6 through 0 here. Which is it? Se. Se. What do Koreans think of German if English is guttural? I've never asked. I don't know. Probably very, very guttural. Then again, there's some sounds in Korean that are a little guttural at times, but depends on who you're talking to. Depends on accent more than anything. Yeah, it's 6. Se. Che. Where is J? Which one is the one that sounds like a J sound? Che. Satire bit about pizza originating in Korea. We are original pizza. That's my favorite. Yep. Che. All right. Ra. 3. Ra. Which one is Ra? 8, 9, or 0? Yeah. Ra. Ja. Ja. J-Y-A. J. Ya. Ja. 8 or 9. What are we thinking? Yep. You got it. It's 8. And then pya. 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 We just did it. So I'll just select it for you. This is not ra or se or anything like that. It is pya. So pya. And then ya. Instead of ah, ya, because it's 2 nubs. All right, I will do these for you. If you want to practice on your own, you can. Pya is 8. Ra is 6. Se is 9. Che is 7. Cha is 0. Che, which one is it? You guys do this 1 through 4. 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. You just have to recognize the J for this one. Yeah, it's 2. Che. This is pya, che, ra, se. The way she pronounces is very like a little. I don't know if I like them teaching it like that. Ra. Ra, 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 ra. Which one is ra, 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 ra? That's so small, my screen, Oshi, that I can't tell if you said tul or chul. Because it's so tiny on my screen. It's like literally 1 pixel. Oh, it's tul. Okay. I was going to say tul isn't really anything, but yeah, it's 2. Cursive ra. Ra. Okay, we just did it. I'm not going to make you do it. Ra, it's 4. Cha, se, che, ra. Ra, 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 ra. Pya. Again, you can do this for repetition if you want on your own time. I encourage you to open up. Pya. P, ya. Cha. Ch, ya. Che. Ch, e. Ra, r, a. Se, s, a. S, e. My brain. Cha is 2. Se, cha, ra, e. You guys can do it on your own, and then I'll make you do this one. All right. Che. Where are we at? 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Ora, ora. You can write. Ora. You can probably imagine how you write. It's very easy. 8. Yep. Che. Ra. Where is ra? Which one is it? 0. Correct. Pya. Where's pya? 6, 7, or 9? 9. Okay. Se versus e. Se is 6 or 7. Both end in e. Yeah. Yeah, it's 7. It's 7. This looking thing here, shoot. And then nothing, just an ing in the front. E. Correct. Give me the next vowel. Here it is. Now you're going to be like, what happened? It's the same as the other letter, but the nub's to the right. Or you might be like, that looks like an H, so I'm going to say, H. Wrong. So the one we had before, the little vowel that we saw before, that was which was like just written as an E, and it's pronounced very much like E-H. Now we got this one. It's got A-E as the sound, okay? This is che. Now it's che, and this is the one where I said it's like saying hey in English, hey, but you stop before you do the E part of the Y. So you go hey, you just go hey. So it's versus a. Does that make sense? Right? Told you. Wait, told you for curse. I'll accept it. So che. You can pronounce the two of them really similarly, and most people will kind of understand what you're saying. But it can get a little weird. Oh! We've added a new one. Okay, guys. Well, we just did it. Which one is che? Which one is che? This is a syllable that is in a lot of girls' names. Che, cheon, che. Yeah, it's two. Right away, I'll tell you what these are. This is o, but it has two nubs. Therefore, it's yo. Yo. You'll see this at the end of a lot of writing because formal writing ends in yo a lot. Yo or seyo. Seyo. This also has the yo at the end, but we've got a new consonant. Now, when they put them together, this font attaches them. I hate that it does that because it made this look like something really fucking confusing. This upper letter here is the same as this letter here. It's just a wide version and a slimmed down one because this is a top and bottom set of letters, and this is a left and right set of letters. This is pyo. It's a P. It's a P. That's all. This letter, it's that. Imagine the B, where it looks like a square with the top line lowered down a little bit. Imagine a P. Now take it, put the side in instead. Does that make sense? I'll show you drawn. So we have M. Mien. You have B. Instead of crossing off there, you go here. Okay? Sometimes they make it really skinny, like that. Then we have P. Depending on the font, it can be drawn a little differently, but for the most part, it's a line. And then two lines. It almost looks like a yo. Okay, so a line. Two lines. Sometimes they're in. When I'm handwriting, I do it like that. So imagine a box. Okay, you took a box and you took these sides and you moved them in a little. So you have this and then you have almost like a Roman numeral 2. Okay? But the thing is, to write it and to make it very clear, they always detach the top line. So you know what you're looking at? It's never like attached except in some computer fonts when you're getting fancy. Okay? It's like that. It's like that. It's a little confusing for English speakers when they're looking at it because a lot of people think it's like and then like yo, right? Like together. And people are like, what am I looking at? And I think the font that they're using here, again, makes this one a little confusing because this is literally the P letter and then the yo together. But as you can see on this one, it's a box. The top line's a little detached and the lines on the side are a little bit in. That's a P. All right. Surprised and confused when I see foreigners solving Korean pronunciation problems so well. Are you all actually Korean Americans or something? Redacted. But che is the one they're asking for, which again, this is the one that looks like a J, but it has a little hat sometimes. This is another font thing. Let me show you. If we were doing handwriting and I was doing a J, I just do it like that, brother. I don't do it evenly like this. I go because I was just not taught well. So I do it like that, okay? That's a J to me. That's a J, but a lot of the time it's also like that. That's like more correct. To make it a CH, you do that J letter, or alternatively, you know, that, and you put a hat on them. Put a hat on them. Boom. This is a J. This is a CH. All right? That's how you can tell the two apart. One's wearing a hat. Same thing, we showed it earlier. I think they're going to show it soon probably, but this is ing, right? E. Put a hat on him, a little line, and look, he's got a top hat. Now it's he. Okay? That's ha versus ah. Oop, he's got a hat. That's literally all it is. Okay? So, that's the explanation of those. So they asked for che. This is che, not je. Che. Che. Yes, Sejong designed the language to be easy to learn. It is. It is. It genuinely is. All right, pyo. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Who in this lineup is pyo? Wait, no. You can take it back. You can take it back if you want. Which do you think it is? People correcting themselves. Yeah, it's 3. It's 3. This, you were almost there. This is yo, but it's a circle, right? This letter is ing, and it is just nothing, null. NG if it's at the end of a thing, no sound at all if it's at the beginning of a syllable. This one is yo again, but with the P in front. Pyo. So it's this one. Pyo. Pyo is a really, really uncommon thing. Not really uncommon, but it's a fairly uncommon syllable in some names. Occasionally there's, I wouldn't say super uncommon, just a little uncommon. But you might hear pyo as part of someone's name sometimes. All right, what is this? 1, 2, or 3? What are we looking at here? Yeah, it's 2. E. So it looks like ah and e smashed together. Ah, e, e. Does that make sense? Honey, oh, oh, yeah. It's scary. I gotta eat my snacks. Pe. See, the thing is, I'm saying these out loud for you. I wish they had a button for you to press for it to say it so you could hear it. Pe. Yep. It's 3. We have ones we've seen before. Pyo, yu, pe, e. You're in New Korean? Joel, I'm teaching chat. This isn't for me. Joel walks in and talks immediately instead of listening. Look at him. Point a laugh. What's the difference between e and e? Okay. I'm lazy with my pronunciation of the two, for the record. You're talking about this versus, sorry, I'm like writing it super spaced out so you can see the difference, versus that. Let me attach that. This is e. This is an A-E, e. This one is pronounced more like E-H. It looks like an N, E-H. This is pronounced like, this is the one where I said say hey, where you're gonna have H-E-Y, and get rid of the E at the end. Hey, go hey, and then you just stop, right? You got this rounded A sound. You just don't get to anything beyond that. Hey versus he. E, e, e. Your mouth is open a little more, or your tongue is a little farther from the top of your mouth typically when you do this if you're over pronouncing it. But again, everyone speaks lazily all the time, so, you know, when you're listening to someone speak and they're fluent, you're going to be like, I can't fucking tell which one they're doing, like, unless they're like a newscaster and they're overdoing it, usually. Okay. Pe. I think you guys got it right. You said it was 3. Yeah. Pe. You hear how differently she says those, even though it's the same vowel? The way I would describe this sound is more the way she says here. Pe. Pe versus if you write the other one is be pe. Pe. Pe is this one. Oh my god, which one is it? I know you already know. Oh! Okay. Again, the letter S, the letter is called shiot. That's the name of the letter, shiot. Sometimes it's like sio. It's never going to be like that, but sometimes it's a sa. When you have an E sound or a Y sound after an S, a shiot, it always sounds like an SH. Okay, example. Sa. E, she. You don't say si, you say she. Anything that has an E sound. S-O. So. Cow. So. S. Yo. Sho. Sho. Anything that has an E-ish sound, whether it's because you have literally the letter E after it or you have a Y after it, you always get that SH in there. Does Korea have Nihongo 조주? 한국어, which is Korean language, 잘하네. 잘해요. Well, actually, they say 잘해요. 잘하네 would be like, 잘하네 is like you're doing it well, but it's very informal. 잘해요. I said the word earlier for 잘 지내서. 잘 is well or good. And then 해요 is to do. 해 is the verb, and then 요 is just the slightly formal ending. So you will hear people say 잘해요. They won't even like say you're good at Korean. They'll just be like, wow. Oh, 잘해요. Right? Can you cheer up? My dog died. Let's go! Let's fucking go! There you go, buddy. There you go, pal. 시, 샤, 소, 세. Yeah. Alright. Hey, I have some advice for you. Go out and do something you love or play a video game or something. Don't go to chats and be like, my dog died, crying emojis. Because if you were in here learning Korean and having a great time and someone walked in and said their dog died, you'd be like, what the fuck? You'd be like, fuck, man. Why'd you say that? Right? Don't do it to other people. Jesus. Alright, which one's sho? Number 1 correlates to what? What on here? What you said 4? Talk to people IRL. Hope that helps. Hope that helps. Yeah, sho. It's right next to it. 6. Sho. Yo. It should be pretty easy to figure out because of the one before it. Yo, where's that? Number 9. Number 9. 표. 표. Mm-hmm. 7-Eleven. Okay. We have che and pe. You have to remember what the vowels, not the vowels, what the consonants look like. Che is which of these two? 8 or 0? Choose wisely. Oh, it's your favorite song, Italian. It's your favorite song. It's my favorite song. He's saying because I'm dirty, sexy. No, he's saying 30. Haha, get it? Because he turned 30 and made this song. The song fucks. Okay, che. You guys are going back and forth. It's 0. It's 0. Che. It's that thing that looked like their letter J with a hat on. Che. Pe. is the one that looks like a box, but you fucked up the sides. It was supposed to be in that MBP family, ma, ba, pa. All very similar. But pa being the strongest one, they fucked it up. Pe. Eh. This should be super easy. Yeah, it's Duolingo. Eh. Not a huge fan of the way Duolingo like drops you in there without doing certain explanations first, but also it's nice at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, it's 3. Yo. 1, 2, 3. Yo. Trial by fire. I think some people just work better in that. I think people's eyes glaze over when you give explanations, so it's better just do rote repetition. Like, some people don't really need the why, right? Yo. Yo. Very similar complaints by native speakers of Japanese that say Duolingo teaches sentences. Yeah, I'm really scared on how they're going to teach conjugation in in Duolingo. Which is why I thought it would be cool to walk through this with you guys so I can actually explain shit. But also my education was not very formal on this. I just, like, spoke it. So, you know. Sure. The listening ones are just... we don't even need to ask. Sure. It's the one we just saw. S-Y-O. Again, it has a little E. Shio. A Y always has a little E sound to start. So anything that has a little bit of E sound after a shio, you pronounce it S-H instead of S. If this were, again, one nub, so we're O, this would be pronounced so. Not sho. So. Because if you said sio, sio, sio very fast, you would end up saying sho. Does that make sense? C, 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 that one, they just went chi. That's just how it is. But sho. There you go. Matching pairs. I'm going to do this. You can do this on your own time. Sho, che, pe, yo, pyo. Same thing. Sho, pyo, yo, pe. Oh, whoops. She fucked it up. Pyo, pe, che, yo, sho. Me on mobiles, no, you can't type the answer quick enough and saying it at the screen like Dora the Explorer. Yeah, I don't need to see it, you know, for you to get the feeling of trying it. Or it's not about me saying it, it's about you feeling like you did it, right? So just literally, yeah, Dora the Explorer it and just scream it at the, scream it at the screen. Ooh, new vowel. Oh. So we had ooh before. Ooh was one downward nub off of the If you go and you go one nub, you go ooh. Now we have 2 nubs, which means the same thing, but with a Y. So this is what? What do you think this is? It's 1. This is you. This is you. Okay. The reason why it's not Q or two, Q2, because it doesn't have a consonant. It doesn't have either the K, which I guess they're going to get into these 2 letters now, or the T. It doesn't have either, so it's you. Real quick lesson. Korean joke that's super fucking lame. I don't remember how to say it. I just say it in English. You means milk. And there's this joke that basically goes like, what does milk say when it falls on its side? So if you turn this to its side, it would be ah, right? If you like literally just spun it this way, and yeah, so they say when it falls over, it says ah, yeah. What does milk say when it falls over? Ah, yeah. Get it? Because it's uyu. It's really, I don't remember how they even say it in Korean. I don't know how you do the joke setup. I always heard like Korean Americans say it, so they just say it in English. Really lame fucking joke. No. We're getting into it. Okay. Which one is you? Which one is you? It's a really lame joke, which means it's a good joke for kids. It's okay to tell families, and they'll be like, ha ha ha. They'll give you the pity laugh. Yeah. You is number 4. Real quick, because they're about to throw you in the deep end with some of these. We have you again here, but we have a new letter. It looks like the D, but it has a line through it. Added line, the same way you do this, it means more air, more sharpness thrown through it. This is a T. Instead of du, this is tu. T-Y-U, tu. They probably say like tu a little, like a little CH-ish, but you don't need to worry about that. That's just pronunciation. Okay. Now, this one is our our EH kind of sounding, our flat sound, but it has 2 lines through it. What does that mean? This is ye. Not ye, ye. Okay. This is the same sound, but with a G in front. Ke. Ye, ke. A good word to pronounce this or practice is sege. Sege. It's gie, but it's so light. Sege. A very, very common word you hear all the time. Yeah, it means world. Another word that's similar to Japanese, sekai. Sekai. Sekai, world. Sege. Sege. Sege, world. That make sense? Nice, easy way to remember it. Sege. And it's using this ge. Now, you notice when I pronounce it, when she pronounces it too, we're not going ge. You don't really do like a hard Y for this one. It's just ge. Bless me. But when there's no consonant or certain consonants, you do get the y a lot. You ye. Ye, ke. Does that make sense? Like, just sometimes with certain sounds, you just, the Y is just like barely there. Type Kiko. What you just say on the chat window if you fill with the ha? Yeah. What you talking to say? Anyway, you is that one. Again, ke. Ke. It has a Y in it, but when people say this, when you hear sentences with this in it, you're just not going to hear the Y. All right? You're just not going to hear it. It's still there, though. And when you practice, you should practice thinking about it. Okay? Mindfully say it. You're imagining the Y in your head, but you don't have to literally be like, yeah, right? It's just K. It's just sege, right? Okay. Okay. They have thrown a new letter at you. K instead of a G. What the hell was that? I showed you before, but I'll show you again. Kyo. G. Or sometimes written like that. Well, not that fucking long, but like that. This is ga, na, da, da, right? Ga. Very G sounding. When I go like this and I go and I line through it. Ka, ki, k. You ever see a bunch of these in a row in Twitch chat? Looks like a bunch of little 7s. It's just a K over and over. Korean laughing. There's also which is just 2 H's. So they'll do ing, right? But then you put the little hat on them. The equivalent of going he, H-E. But without an E sound, they'll put 2 H's. They'll go like when you're texting a friend. You'd be like, yeah, I saw that movie too. It was good. You'll type that. You know? Like, it's just laughing, right? So they want Q. So this is specifically a K, not a G. Which one is that? A person. I'll see though, sometimes they'll do like, like clothes. For shield at the end. I see them do that a lot for a little person, but yeah, the is more common, I think, because in a lot of fonts, the little ing on the top kind of squishes down and touches the flat line, so it looks like a little guy. Also see uses a middle finger, yeah. Or crying. Crying is my favorite, which is either next to each other, two of them, or sometimes two of just the letter. It's just like eye is crying. It's like closed eye with a teardrop coming out, right? It's that, but they just use the letters for it. So when you see that, it's like two eyes crying is the implication. All right. Q. They're looking for specifically a K. Which one is that? On the right. Like the Twice song? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. The Twice song titled TT. The letter T looks like the U a lot. And yeah, it's implied. It's like a crying face. And we do that in English. We'll type T_T. It's like a crying face. It's literally the same thing in Korean, just using their letters. That makes sense? Cleo, thank you for the rain. I like nun because it's actually eyes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like little eyes, but it's literally the word nun. Yeah. Q is 8. Q. Yeah. Where's yeah? Which is also a way of saying yes. There's ne. Some people will say yeah. There are situations where that's cool and that's not cool, but generally yeah is yes. I feel like I've usually heard it in a more informal setting, so don't say yeah to everybody. Which number is this? Yep, 2. It is 2. Yeah. Yeah, it's 6. Yeah. Okay. You think about the uyu joke. Uyu aya. You. 9. Okay. When you see a girl's name and it starts with Hye, and it looks like it's spelled Hyerin, Hyerin, it's actually pronounced Herin. And when someone's like, "What's your name?" They're like, "Herin." They'll be like Herini, like he or he, and they'll say that specifically so you know which one it is. Because when they just say Herin very quickly, you can't tell which one they're saying. So I have a friend whose name is Hejin, and hers is spelled like this. Hewon or Hewon. Yeah. Hewon. You're not going to hear the difference at all. Everyone's just going to be like, yep, Hewon. And you're going to be like, okay. But they'll say like, oh, spelled like this. And sometimes they'll even draw it in the air with their fingers. I even have several people have said that. They'll be like, oh, it's hitting like this. And they'll like write in the air which letter it is. So I know. Anyway, yeah, it's 7. Hey. You hear her? She's like, hey. K, obviously. Yeah, you don't go kia. Just gay. Oh my god, which one is it? Nhe. Usually when someone's name is Nhe, it's actually the other E. Or the other He. It's the one that's more AE like. Nhe. Hey. 3. Chu, yu, ke, he. Chu. Which one? You have a friend like that? Yeah, there's a lot of it. There are a lot. Chu, yep, it's 2. Q, we just did it. I'm not even gonna bother asking. YouTube. YouTube. YouTube is YouTube. YouTube. It's beep and then the horizontal. YouTuber is a YouTuber. They don't have an R sound really, so YouTuber. 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 VTuber. 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 Some of them say Paul Tuber, but it's Paul, not the letter V. It's virtual because they say Paul Chul. Paul Chul is virtual. So Paul Tuber is VTuber, meaning the full, a shortening of the full word virtual. And then some of them will say V, like the letter V, V, Tuber, because they're talking about the letter. they just both get used. They both get used. It depends on what website you're on, honestly, where it's used one or one or the other. Yeah. Children, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, yeah. So we said 3. What are you thinking? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Yeah, most you said already. Yeah, hat for hit. Yep, hit. Yeah. I don't think we need to even ask. No sound, and then just yeah. Yeah, we just saw it, but I'll ask you again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is it? I think you do this one. Find your. It's 3. 2. When they sound it out for you, I feel like this doesn't do much for you. Brother, I hate this song. There we go. 2. 2. We just saw it. I'm not even going to ask you. Okay. Number 1, 2. Where it at? Where it at? 67890. Mm-hmm. 2. Okay. Hit. Where's hit? It's 8. It's 8. It is also located at 2. Okay. This one should be easy. You're 3 beers in. Let's fucking go. You'll be fine. It's easy. You. Yep. And then Q, we learned Kyok's twin. With the line through it is a K, not a G. Q. I'll just do this for you. It's fine. You can do these on your own. Anytime. Woo! Oh my god, is this the final one? Final vowels? Oh my god, we get a reward. Okay. Hard exercise. Meat, where's meat? Now we're recap, remix. Hard. Well, it's stuff that we haven't done in a hot minute, so. Where is meat? No, wait, think about it. Think about it. I see some 0s and I see some 6s. Me. Which vowel is E between these two that you're stuck between? It's 0. Me. Similarly, E. Where's E? What are we feeling? Mm-hmm. Face shape tip is already paying dividends. If you can't figure it out, think about it logically, and you should be able to get it. It's very smartly designed. Meh. Meh. I'm feeling the 3 stylists who drinks of my... Meh. Yeah. This is 6. M is a little box, a little square. Right there. Z. Who the hell is it? 8 or 9? Yeah. Yeah. And then P, the one that people kept getting mixed up with me. P, little fucked up, a little fucked up looking square. Ra. Well, they told you. Select it though. 1, 2, or 3. Which one is this? I wish they didn't read it out. Raw! Raw! Let's do it. Plugin? Okay. B. Curse off. Raw! Raw! P. 7. Me. Now you're seeing the difference. Now you're churning on it. You're cooking on it. 6. Yep. Let's go down here. Let's go to. Is that 8, 9, or 0? Yeah, you're trying to be preemptive, huh? Before I asked. Yeah, 0. E. Could do Korean lessons every day, please. Thank you. We should do a little Duolingo every day, honestly. Yeah. Why not? M. You guys got it right. M is obviously this one. Mi, P, E, M, R. Che. Wow, I wonder what this is. 1, 2, 3. Wow. What the hell is this? They read it out. It's che. Rip the burb. They still have him in here, though, so I swear to God, if they actually take him out, I'm going to be sad because I thought he was a good mascot. However, this could be the craziest marketing gimmick. Let's pretend we're killing off our mascot. People get real upset, and then they start opening Duolingo again. They're like, he's still there. Announce it, but don't actually take him out. All right. We have ta, nu, tu, u, and all. Let's do all. All. 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Where the hell is Took you guys a second. You're thinking. You're cooking. Yeah. All is here. The opposite, if you face it forward, would be ah. This is facing in. All. Let's do ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. It's 9. Let's do nu. Between these, obviously you know what ooh is now, but which one is nu versus tu? 7 or 0? 1, 7. Yeah, it's 0. It's 0. Nu. Nu just looks like a little shelf. Nu. And then tu is this, but with an extra line. Nu, tu. If you go nu, du, nada, ni, ti, and do that over and over, you'll realize they're the same exact face shape. The difference is that one has a little more air. And Korean, the way it always works is when you send out a little more air for a sound, there's always one more line. Boom. Boom. Mouth shape plus lines for amount of air. Tu, nu, du, tu, nada, ta. You'll notice again, those are all the same shape in your mouth. So nu, the N has this burp, 2 lines. The D has burp, and add a line to it. Nu, du. And now tu, if I put one more line in the middle, it'd be a T. Does that make sense? It's like how many vectors of force out of our mouth are we sending? Put more lines in it for that, you know? That's basically it. And then obviously this leaves us with to. So that D looking shape and to. Ooh, she said it already, so I'm just gonna do it for you. Ooh. Ra. Ra da 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 da. Which one is 1, 2, 3, 4? Da 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 da. Which one is it? Hi, Tony. Hey. 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 We're doing Duolingo. Actually, Tony, have you done Korean Duolingo? we're doing the whole lesson today. We're gonna keep doing it. It's one. Yeah, ra. Guys, it's ra. Ra. The other ones are cha, se, che. Ra. Da 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 da. I hate that she says it every fucking time. Pia. Pia. I don't think I need to tell you that's 3, right? It's just pia. Ra, se, pia. Beep and ya, right? It's an ah with 2 lines. Ya. Tony, we could do practice while we're boosting. When we're on the way there, we can review vocabulary. Nah, I'd rather eat my own foot. No, I'll do it. I just only want to do it if everyone on radio is like, yeah, I'd love to. Because if we're on radio and I'm like, Toby, how do you say this? And he's like, shut the fuck up. I need to learn. Well, you're going to. It don't matter why. You're going to. Yo, that's right, guys. It's 4. It's 4. Can you guys write out what these 3 are? How would you write that if you're Romanizing it and you're trying to write it in English letters? Take a guess. How would you do that? For this one, and this one, without me saying it. After I see if I'll say it out loud. Okay, we have one contender. It's very wrong. But we have a contender. Bane, thanks for gifting a sub to Tonish. We have another one. All right, you're trying. Okay. This one, pe, P-A-E is the right way to do it. So this is the P consonant. The one that looks like a little H, this A-E hybrid. E, but it's that rounder one. It's not quite A-Y, but you're getting there. A, it's that without the E at the end. E, pe. This one is pyo. These are the same letter. It's just that when they're side by side, they get a little skinny. When they're top and bottom, they get a little wide, a little short. And the yo in this font, in this particular font, for whatever reason, they put this in here and they made it like attached like that. I don't like this font. I don't like it. But this is pyo. All right, so it's a P and a U. This is che. So it's the letter that looks like the Korean J, but with a hat on. When it has that extra line, instead of J, it's che. Che. Pe, pyo, che, yu. All right? It's like a slang, a little. Oh, which one's two? Remember the thing I said earlier about there are 3 letters that have the same mouth shape, and when you just add more lines, it becomes each subsequent version of it? That might help you remember this one. 2, yep, 2. You, 2, Q, he. All right. Lesson time, real quick. N, D, T. It's basically level 1, 2, and 3 of the same letter. If I say them, let me not attach that line so it doesn't get confusing. If I say na, da, ta, na, da, ta, na, da, ta, nu, du, tu, nu, du, tu. If you say that over and over, you'll realize, again, like I said before, your mouth shape is exactly the same when you say all of them. With the spot that your tongue should be touching in your mouth to make this sound is exactly the same. Nu, du, tu, na, da, ta. The difference is you're just getting more forceful, more air each time coming out, a little sharper with the air expulsion, right? Nu, du, tu. Na, da, ta. Same shit. So it makes it a little easier to, you know, figure it out when you're looking at it. Chu. That's why this is chu. It's the T and the U. Chu. This is U, chu, Q, he. Again. R. Who the hell is R? And where is he? Where he at? I love this song because this is the song where Rain just sits there and cries on the mic. My favorite song. Yup, it's 3. This is mi, ya, r, bi. B. Mi, ya, r, bi. All right, cute. Cute. It's the one that's like a G, a kiok, but it has a little more air coming out because it's a K, so it's k. Cute. Yep. Q, U, Q, K. Again, this letter is just weird. This vowel is weird. It looks like it should be ye, and it is when it's alone, but when you put a G in the front, a kiok, it turns into K. Same with an H in the front, it becomes he instead of hie or gie. It's just he, ge. Woo! Holy! Prove you're a legend. Extra hard challenge. I don't want your free fucking trial. Get out of here. Fuck off. Didn't we already learn the vowels? You gonna make me learn more vowels, or what are we doing? Ooh, now we're putting them next to each other. A, O, E, I, U, I. You know? All right, go. Na. Where is na? Let's see if we can do it. We're putting stuff we learned before together. Yeah, it's 7. Na. Now this one, let's not click on it. 6, what is this? Let's do it backwards. 1 through 5, what is this? Yeah. It's ka. Okay. What is this? 9. 9, is that 2, 3, or 4? What sound we got? 2. Ooh, what do you say 4? Ooh. It's 2. Ah. Similarly, also starting with a circle, this is what? Is this oo or ku? 3 or 4? Yeah. Oo. Ku. And I think we've pretty well established, right? Anytime you see a circle before a vowel, there's no consonant to be said. You just come out the gate with the vowel, right? Easy. Peter Park, oh my God, resident Korean American in the chat. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, we're doing the thing. We're doing the fucking thing. Hi, Peter. Hi, Peter. Language of my people. How much do you actually speak, Peter? Like, would you go to your parents and say anything in Korean, like, ever? Terribly. Also with mom at most. Yeah, a lot of my friends, my Korean American friends, are, for the most part, they'll be like, "Oma," and their mom will go, "Yeah," and they're like, "Where'd you put my shoes?" Like in English, like they just don't they don't continue. They say "Oma," and like a couple of words. They call some foods their proper names, and like that's it. That's the extent of it. And sometimes I'll hear their parents speak Korean to them a little. It's usually mixed, and they're just like, "Yeah," and they answer in English. And then their parents will be like, "I wish they would something something. I wish." You called him Pak Pita. Pita. Yeah, shoes, Giselle. No one's gonna fucking say shoes, Giselle, but yeah. Yeah. No, the one thing you need to know how to say to your parents, I said it earlier, guys, 돈, money, 좀 주세요. 좀, like a little bit. 돈 좀 주세요. Give me a little bit of money. Can I have a little pocket change? Can I get a little, you know, a couple dollars? 엄마, 돈 좀 주세요. Mom, give me a little money. All right, this one is what? 6. 1 through 5. What do we got? Yeah. Ka. Oh my god, it's the order of the alphabet. What comes next? 7 is what? 1, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yep. Yep. Na. Ka, na, da, da. They never teach the alphabet in order to English speakers. I noticed, like, they don't make them do that. So I don't know why they don't, but I've noticed a lot of friends trying to learn Korean. They don't get taught A B C D E F G. You know, the equivalent. It's a little weird, but maybe not that bad. I don't think it's a big deal. I just noticed it a while back. I was like, oh, they never teach that. Yeah, some of you are saying this. This 8 is what? O A Ku. Yeah, it's one. Ooh. These are really easy, so I don't even need to make you do it. This is nothing, and then This is K and O. Hyuk and O. Ku. I'm just gonna do these for you because they're the same thing. Hana, go, o, a. Na. Where's na? Started on Duolingo. Friend said, "Nah," give me the alphabet sheet and said, "Learn it in order." Yeah, I think it is better to do like a written practice first, like that, or like a study guide first. Personally, and Duolingo does have that. Most people will just open a lesson instead of like reviewing it, right? Yeah, it's 2. Ku na I. Does anyone know what I means in Korean, or like one meaning of it? Common usage for I. Anyone know? I'll do this for you because it's the same ones. Na, ku. I. Not English I am saying if you say I in Korean. Yeah, Rivet's got it, like a child. Alright, I will do these again for you. Kanada. Okay. Cool. Where is cool? 1, 2, 3, 4. Willem scream. Ay. Yeah. Well, he's more of like a no. If I'm being honest. Yeah, it's 3. I don't think we need to go over this. You guys know this. There's no way you don't at this point. Audio only. No. Fuck that. Oh. Where is all? Which one is all? Yeah. Yeah. It's this one. If you were to write these like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 in order, if you were going to write them out, spell them in English, how would you write them? In the chat. Would you recommend a book to learn Korean? I'm learning Duo too, but I'm having a hard time finding something else. I don't know any good books to learn from. I don't know any. I don't know. I just sit there and someone's like, what should I learn? And I'm like, oh, I'll just teach you because I used to tutor and that's it. I don't know. I can maybe, I don't know if I know the names. I'm trying to remember like what textbooks they used. I don't know. Yeah. Nu, tu, u. This one's all for that included. Yeah. You almost all got it. Unha, you said no, to, u, which is incorrect. It'd be nu, tu. You write like a U. Nu, tu, u. All right. This one. 6. What is it? 1 through 5. Like Korean games, you can learn swear words. It's just people saying shiba and kuku and like over and over. Or they'll call you like a bastard. Yeah, this is Paul 4. We got here 7. Of your teaching. I think as I do this, I realize how much Duolingo is like leaving out. Not that it's a bad thing. There's just so much you can like. There's so much more you could say, right? It is located in 7. That's true. Nu. It's 2. Nu. 8. 8. What is this? I know people that learn the basics and watch K-dramas with subtitles, but words to sound. A level up is trying to translate webtoons. Yeah, honestly, you will learn how to understand what people are saying through context very well if you do that. If you just study up a bit, brush up a bit, and go start watching shows. You'll hear them say things and you'll be like, I know that word, I know that word, I know that word, I know this word. And you don't know every little syllable that they said in that sentence, but you know they said like car, you know they said fast, you know the word for straight, and you're like, I assume they're saying you should like go fast in a straight line in this car, right? You can get the context. It helps. But what it does is if you don't also try to learn all the in-betweens and conjugations, when you try to speak, you're going to miss so much. There's going to be a lot that you're just not going to know how to say, or you're going to know those vocabulary words. It's going to strengthen them really hard, but you're not going to be doing anything for conjugations when you do that. I think you will learn tenses, present, future, past, right? Ka, kaso, 갈게, right? You'll learn stuff like that and kind of like what that means. But then when you have to say that to someone and you're like, let's go here, you're going to be like, oh, you're not going to be like, place, iro, ka, like this place, let's go to this. You know, you're going to like miss a lot of that. So, all right, 2, yeah, a lot of you got it. It was 5. 9, what is this? Struggling with the tenses and the polite rules and stuff. I think the tenses are easy. The politeness rules are just easy to get mixed up, but conjugation of individual words can have a lot of nuance to it, and that's what's hard. Because you'll be like, oh, 없어, right? There's none. And then you'll hear 없었어, and you're like, what the fuck? 없어, 없었어? What's, you know, one's past tense. And when you write it down, you physically write it, you're like, oh, it's 없어. It makes sense. It's just putting it after 없어. Okay, I get it. But when you just hear it, you're like, what the fuck? Right? You know? Gets a little confusing. Yeah, this is 3. And this is all. All. 더. 더. Remember, this is the word that means more. 더 is which one? Finding range sentence structure be the opposite to English at times? Often, yeah. But like most Asian languages are like that, so it's not really unique to Korean. So if you've learned one, you will have a feeling for how the others probably work. Not always the same, though. Yeah, it's 2. 더. This is 우, 더, 어, 두. There you go. We've done enough of these, so I'm just going to do these for you. 가, 두, 누, 어. You could do this one. Which one is 두? It's a culture like most. If you try, they laugh at you, but respect the effort. So point at the item I want, but when I traveled when AI Translate wasn't a thing. They're not really always laughing at you. That's a person-to-person thing. Almost all of them will respect the effort if their language is not commonly learned. Yeah, it's 2, guys. 2. 누, 두, 우, 더. I'm just going to do this because I just said them. You could do it on your own time. 어, 누, where are we? 더. Oops, I misclicked. There we go. 누, you could do these on your own. Boom. Me when I try to go fast. All right. Only teaching I've retained from my Korean is how to compliment my girlfriend, aside from the refresher tonight. Please learn things like where is the bathroom and like 왼쪽, right? 직진 오른쪽. Like learn like stuff that, you know, you could use when traveling. Please do that. Learn to say where's the bathroom, left, right, and forward and backwards, or 뒤에, like it's behind you. Stuff like that. Yeah, where's the shitter? Where's the shitter? and you see them point and you don't understand the sentence, but they say like Odin, Odin, I should say Odin, and you're like, oh, they pointed over there and then they said the word right, right? Like you can kind of like, you can kind of get it, kind of sort of. All right, let's find P. Where's P? Where is P? When I learned Russian, everyone I spoke to was super nice and helpful. Most people are nice to people who try to learn a new language. They're going to work with you. Even if they think your accent is funny, it doesn't mean that they think you're a stupid fucking idiot for not knowing. You know, they're not going to be like, oh, you're trying to learn a language that you don't already know? You stupid, dumb fuck. They're not going to be like that. They're just going to be like, haha, accent. Anyway, good job. You know, like, they're really not going to think about it. Me, where's me? Me. Make sure you tell them specifically I need to drop a screamer. I need to tell them to say, it's really big. It's huge. Me, you're right, it's 8. Duh. Duh. A good thing to be able to remember is saying appa. Appa. Not appa. Appa. Ah, and then pa, P-A. It's pain. It hurts. I'm ill. I'm sick. It works for all those. If someone looks at you and goes, Aldi appa, Aldi is where? Aldi appa, they're saying, like, where does it hurt or what is wrong? Where on you is hurt or sick? Something is wrong with it, right? Like, where is it? Appa is a really good word because sometimes when you're traveling, you get the shits. You're gassy. You need to throw up. You need to throw up, and maybe you don't know that toe is throwing up. So you're like, oh my God, you can point at your stomach and you can be like, appa, and then just like start being like, like pointing at the bathroom, you know, like they'll get it. Appa is a really small word that's great to know. Appa is a great one. If you like hurt your foot, you walked and you rolled your ankle and you're like, fuck, I need to go to the hospital. You can be like, just point and be like, appa, and then like start like miming what happened, right? Stuff like that. You guys said 7 is correct. E. Which one's E? Which one's E? Said you're at native level in French, but when you went to France, they were super annoying about accent. I think it depends on the country. I really think it does. Yeah, it's 0. All right, we've listened to Rain enough. I don't want to listen to this fucking album. I'm good. We'll switch artistes. Okay, and then obviously this leaves us with me here. Me. So this just French people. I was gonna say, yeah, a lot of my friends when they've traveled to France have said they felt a bit more unwelcome there than in other places. I think that's just how it is. I think they just don't like dealing with it. They don't hate you for it. They're not like, you stupid fucking non-French idiot. I don't think it's that. I think they just don't like being inconvenienced. And part of what they feel is inconveniencing them is you walking up to them and them having to take extra effort to try and understand you or, you know, whatever. That's the way I've always felt. I don't know if that's actually it, but that's just the vibe I got, at least. All right, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's yeah? Hi, novel. It's fine. There will be a VOD. You lived in France for 4 months. A lot of people were very vocally anti-foreigner. Yeah. Yeah, it happens. Croissant. Yeah, croissant. Yeah. Again, don't call people yeah. Call them their name, or if they're older than you, use literally any other word that's a proper descriptor of them, right? You're in a restaurant. A woman is serving, and she looks maybe middle-aged. Not very old. Not grandma. Probably a mom. And doesn't look super young. Best to call her Ajuma. Ajuma is a woman, and she's kind of probably out of your dating age. If you're in like your 20s, maybe early 30s, she's not really, near you. Ajuma. Don't be like, yeah, when you talk to her. Like, that's super fucking rude. It's like you're really drunk and you're saying that's a secret. Yeah. Yeah. All right. This Pimuru ya. Nim is like so much. That's a lot. It's sort of like sama. So soap operas are wrong. If you call someone yeah, you say yeah to somebody and you are not a family member of theirs, you are not a friend of theirs, and you don't have any reason to be able to speak informally to them, then you shouldn't. Now, in soap operas, some people will say yeah to somebody when they're becoming aggressive. For example, you're in a restaurant and that nice older lady's walking past you and she drops a bunch of food on you. Someone who gets food dropped on them might look at her, and if they're pissed, they'll be like, yeah. They'll be like, what are you doing? That's a little rude, but you will see people doing that. And the point is, they said yeah because they are getting aggressive and they're making that obvious. They're angry, they're pissed. Yeah, that's how they're going to, refer to her. So, it's very provocative. It's a good way to put it, yeah. I still wouldn't say that, right? Some nice older lady drops food on me and it's hot and it hurts. I'm going to be like, oh my God, ow, whatever. But I'm not going to say yeah at her. I'm going to be like, she's probably going to be like, are you okay? She's going to be like, I'm younger. She was like, Kentana, right? Like, are you okay? What's going on? She'll be like, Mani apa? Like, does it hurt a lot? Like, if I'm like, ooh, clutching my leg all burnt up and shit. But I'm not going to be like, yeah, at her. Because that's like fucking rude, It's fucking rude. Anyway, I'm going to do these for you because you've seen them. They're going to do the same ones again. Me. Who is me? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one is me? Oh, yeah. When talking with a Korean friend, you got the old speak English from them. Yeah, speak English. Yeah, if that person's in America and they learned English and they wanted to be speaking English in America, a lot of them are just going to be like, yeah, just speak English. Some of them are straight up like, it's just person to person. Some people just don't want to deal with it. They don't want to be someone's practice buddy, They're like, I'll talk to you if you're like very good conversationally or fluent, but if you have no reason to be saying this other than practicing on me, I don't want to deal with it. And there are some people that will do that. You guys are right, it's 2. Pimiyaru. Okay, what is this? 1 through 5, what is this? Actually, just give me the order. 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Give me the order of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What they should be. Think on that for a second. So we have what is 6, what is 7, what is 8, what is 9, what is 0, and then type out those digits. I have it in my head. Mm-hmm. It's 3, 2, 5, 1, 4. Piyamiiru. Piyamiiru. Yep. Perfect. I had to stop with learning Korean because I was causing his mother to goad him on, saying you're gonna let the American learn Korean better than you. You'll always hear that. Don't worry about it. don't let that stop you. Okay, do the same thing with this one in order. 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Give me the results, the matching ones. So what's going on here? We're learning about the Pennsylvania ice trade today, and how that started up in the Great Lakes, and they brought giant chunks of ice down to ship to all parts of America for people's early ice boxes and refrigeration before they had refrigerators. That's what we're doing today. Yep. Yep. Yeah, you guys got it right. All right. I will just do this for you. It's so much reinforcement. You guys already know. And if you don't, you just do it on your own. Do it on your own. You got it. You got it. You can do it, guys. I promise. If you just believe. You can believe in yourself. You already know how these go. Ta-da! Show me something new. Ooh! Same thing we were doing before. Although you haven't seen these in a bit. The same thing you were doing before, 67890. Give me the associated numbers for each. So, let me do my ad. Okay, I got it. Hi, Maya. No, we were going to learn earlier, and then I got kidnapped to play video games. And then I was freed. So I opened Duolingo. After I was set free, I opened this damn website. We're really early on. They're just learning letters and how to read them. No meanings of anything. Though I'm giving stuff like that as I go if I think of a good example. But, you know, not doing anything crazy. Atlas, thank you for the raid. Hothless Anarchy. Welcome. Welcome. We're learning Korean. By we, I mean you guys. 23514? Yeah. Pyara. Je, se. And this is the that's the EH one. Very flat. Not A. No roundedness. No AY sound. No A. No A. Just EH. EH. How do you feel? It's that one. Se. 1 through 4. Which is it? If you guys came in later, the VOD starts from like 0, and we just learn all this. Learning Korean will make my manhwa mass reading habits worse. It's nice because then when there are big chunks of text on a manhwa that it's too much for them to clean off, they can't they can't draw over it and put romanized letters over it. You can see what that is. Sometimes you might not know the meaning of it. Sometimes there's you'll see around someone's head, a character will be walking, and it says bitu bitu, and you're like, is that an onomatopoeia or what? It means like spinning, spin, like dizzy kind of thing. It implies dizziness sometimes when someone's walking around and spinning. They'll say someone who's drunk and walking on the sidewalk and doing a triple axel. They're bitu, they're kind of stumbling and spinning. So sometimes there'll be things like that in manhwa where you're just not gonna know the meaning of it, but you can look it up. You can just look it up. Hey, what does this mean? 3 mods. Yeah, se is this one. This is se, cha, pya, e. Se. Okay, do the same thing. Give me the order. Doing it in my head. Okay. Or tuhun for butterflies in the heart. Yeah, but when you spell it, do Dugeun. Because it's tu, u, and then kun, like the flat horizontal line. Tukun. Not tugun. Does that make sense? Tukun. Can read Korean pretty well. I just understand what I'm reading. Or you can't, yeah. Yeah, you have to sit there and learn how to speak it. If you're at the point where you can read it and you notice some vocabulary words, but as you're reading, you're just really not getting what it is, it means you need speaking practice. You need to practice learning how to formulate sentences yourself because that gets you into sentence mode. When you're like, oh, I can read it really well, I understand a lot of these words, but you're deriving no meaning from it, it means you've only practiced vocabulary. And you have a hard time gaining context from what you're reading really points to that usually. Like you have a list of words that you've read and that list is in your mind, but you just don't know how they relate to each other. And you're just assuming all of it instead of actually deriving the meaning from the words there. Yeah, you just need to learn how to speak it at that point. 3, 1, 5, 4, 2. Yeah. You have chara, pyatese. Which one is cha? Does Korean have multiple writing systems like Japanese? Technically, yes, but they don't use it the way Japanese does. We were talking about it earlier. It was like the 1400s that the written system that we use right now here was made. Before that, they used hanja, which is very similar to Japanese kanji, right? Where you write a Chinese character. The meaning of the symbol is the same across the languages for the most part. Not always. But you say it in your language verbally. Yeah, this is Hangeul, which is just phonetic. They did have hanja, and they did sit around and have scholars writing poems and writing passages and all these things in hanja. But King Sejong at some point in 1400s was like, fuck no, people need to be able to learn this, and this shouldn't be a scholar-only thing. You have to sit there and study for fucking forever to know. We need our people to be educated, so we're making a writing system where people can actually sound words out letter by letter. And that's how you got this. So they do have hanja, but if you are in Korea, you're getting schooling in there, you're not likely to learn much hanja at all. It's not like how in Japan they teach a good amount of kanji. You don't learn much. You learn like symbols like for like fire and strong and like a couple, but you're never gonna see it in reading. Like never. Pretty much never. But yes, this is for cha. It's era seja. All right, do the usual. You couldn't handle Japanese because of kanji. You can do pretty well from what I understand in learning Japanese without learning much kanji. Being able to speak it at least. Obviously writing and reading skills won't be that great sometimes because of how much kanji still gets used, but you can learn to speak it pretty well. Four, 5, 3, 1, 2. Yep. It's interesting how it went from 20 to 24 letters later. Yeah, I didn't really study the early version of it too much, but I remember like seeing the alphabet written out, and it was very. I think it was just getting rid of redundancies and things that weren't said often. Finding other ways to write them out instead of like giving these rare sounds their own thing. All right, pia. I will just do these for you because you've done this a few times at this point. Oh my god, there's almost 1-to-1. You can do these on your own anytime. Find che. Go and find che. A lot of Japanese Americans are super good at speaking, but have a lot of trouble with adult life tier kanji. Yeah, because when would you ever experience it? When would you ever see it otherwise? Right? 2, yep. Che, this is pya, che, se, ra. Hyop. Which one's e? Kunyomi kanji are pronounced in Japanese way. Onyomi kanji are pronounced similar to how it sounds in Chinese. Yeah, it's not really like that with Korean hanja. It's mostly you just say the word of the meaning. I know that there is some stuff like that was used back in the day, but because they phased it out so like heavily, then e, 2. Yep. Pya, e, se, che. That's what we got there. Yeah, just ban them. They're probably like 12. Okay. Matching pairs. Go for it. Is Hanja still around here and there? Super rarely. Super, super, super rarely. It's usually you'll see it in like I remember seeing it in like the news, okay? When I would be watching the news, and they would be like, oh, we're showing this new initiative that this company has. And they're showing them doing a ribbon cutting ceremony. A lot of the time on a banner at that ribbon cutting ceremony, they would have one symbol in the middle of the sentence that was Hanja instead of Hangeul, like this. And it was like, it would be the word for strong. Instead of Kang written out as Kang, they would write it out in Hanja. And that's cool, but it was kind of like only in those business contexts. So 32415 J3 J3 2 se 4 la 1 cha 5. Yeah. Yep. Okay, you guys show that you already understand these. Let me in. Pia. Nice. All right, you know what to do. Rah. Yeah, this is my favorite syllable. Rah. Something super formal. Yeah, it's very like I have seen at a wedding once. I don't remember where it was. I don't remember if it was on a banner or on like an invitation or something. I remember seeing Hanja, like a symbol for a wedding one time. That was it. Like I rarely saw it. Very rarely. Hello, welcome on in. 52415, you're thinking? 52415. You really think you can repeat 5? You guys are just copying and pasting when you sound. It is 5 twice. All right. Let's go over this one. This right here, this is the P and the yo. This is pyo. 5. This is shiot, the one that's like an S, but sometimes it's like an SH, depending on how the next syllable sounds. So if it's, you don't say si, you say she. You don't say so. Well, you just say so. You don't say sio, you say sho. That's when it sounds like an SH. She, sho, sa, so. Right? Sho. Spelled like this. Yo, same thing, but with no consonant. Che, looks like a J, but with a hat on, so it's a CH. Che. Pe, looks like a box, but it's all fucked up. It's the P sound. Sure, we just did it. Which one's sure? Yeah, people cheating in the chat. I see you. Yeah, sure. Again, sure. This is yo. Che. Pe. Che. Pe. Sure, yo. Che. Pe. All right. I don't want to see any copy pasting. Pick a unique character to put in between or something. Some different formatting. No fucking copy pasting. All right. None of that. You can't hide it. We'll all notice. All right. Okay, there's some unique formatting. Okay. There you go. All right. Me about to start sabotaging chat by pretending to answer. Yeah. All right. Let's hear it. Same thing with P. That's 3, 2, 1, 4, 5. All right. The monka. All right. We've gone over this. We just know there's no consonant, so it's 3, right? That one's easy for us. This is just the same, the rehashed, you know, the whole things. This is yo, che, shu. I'll do it for you. Pyo, pe. You can practice on your own. Che. J with a hat on for CH. Che. This is che, pyo, pe, yo. Do this one. Boom. Do this one. Look at these right there here. Is that the little party hat? Good luck, guys. Bye. He says as he goes into battle. Sounds like you're like leaving forever to die. Goodbye forever. Ooh, you did the opposite. Ooh, you had one with the opposite. Ooh. Okay, see two that are off from each other. All right. Yo. 5. Pyo. 2. Yeah, you switched those two. You switched these. Che. 3. Shu. 1. Pe. 4. There you go. I'll do this one for you, so we're not doing the same thing 100 times. That's for your own time. Pe. Pyo. I hate this font. I hate the font for pyo specifically because it just looks like a scary symbol when it's like, you know, none of this should be attached, dude. I hate these computer fonts sometimes for Korean. Yeah, it blends them. It does. It makes it harder for you guys. Let's go to the next chunk. Okay. Do the usual. Do the special. I think there's some fonts that are really, really good for learning, but they don't look nice. They look very like crispity crunchy, harsh edges, a little too robotic. And it's good to learn off of, but you're just never going to see websites use that because that's not pretty, you know? It's really not pretty. I think one thing I still struggle with is reading a lot of people's Korean handwriting. Yeah, insert numbers here. Yeah, there are a lot of people where their handwriting, I look at it and I'm like, I really just don't understand what they're trying to say here. I don't have a lot of practice and a lot of experience having to read too many handwritten notes. It's usually just typed stuff. And I've read some, but I was blessed that some people around me had nice, very normal looking handwriting to me. So you said 5, 2, 1, 4, 3. Let's see. Yeah, you. Yeah. It's 5, 2, 1. Yeah. Q 2, 4, 3. Yeah, you guys got it. You got it. Which one's yeah? Yeah, also known as yes. Another way to say yes, although ne is the better way to say it. Ne is more, slightly more formal. Ne is very standard. Ye is also usually okay, but it's usually a bit more situational. And it can be taken as slightly more casual. Context is important, so ne will never do you wrong. You can never space out the letters and end vowels correctly. Letters and vowels correctly. It's yeah, my spacing when I write, I always feel like I look at it and I'm like, wow, that looks so ugly. Wow, it looks so bad. But I was always able to just type, you know, if I need to. Yeah. Yeah, it's you, Q, yeah, two. All right, do this one. Koreans don't really say you're welcome. Yeah. Someone says thank you, and you just bow back. Or I've many times said thank you to someone. They're like an older person. They go, yeah. They just go, yeah. Yes. They're just acknowledging, or they just nod. They say nothing. A lot of older folks, especially, have always done that. We're like, oh, thank you. And they're like, yep, yep, all right. And they're just acknowledging it. They're saying, I've acknowledged your thanks. There's no graciousness needed back, right? But it's just a funny quirk of English. What do you mean 21245? What do you mean 22? What do you mean by that? All right, we have 21345. Yeah, 2 Q 1 U 3 he. Yeah, but it's he. 4 K 5. Do we need to sit there and reinforce it? I think you guys have got it for the most part. I think if you guys get, for the most part, one of those right, then we're chilling. And I'll just, like, speed through these so you get to look at new shit. Heck yeah, you too. Let's go 2K, hey, you, yeah. Which one's K? Go. Oh, yeah. That one has in the middle of it, the middle two characters there, or not characters, the middle two syllables. 말씀. 말씀 is speech, or words, or speaking, kind of like that. Speech is the best way to say it. So what that phrase is saying is, it's like acknowledging your words and almost saying like, yeah, I guess saying it's nothing is good. It's saying like, I'm pretty sure that's 특별 from 특별. I'm pretty sure it's the same. 특별 is the word special. 특별, 특 is like almost like specific, like it's the word specific, or like point. It's a root that means something like that. And then the word 별 normally just means star. 별 is that, but in this it's the 별 from 특별. And I never knew exactly how to translate that, but you're kind of able to get what it means a little bit from that. And yeah, it's saying like it's nothing, or like, nah, it's all good. It's saying like you don't need to give special words toward this, is how I always thought it was in my head, but I've never asked anyone. That's just how it's used, and those are the roots that exist in it, so I've always inferred the meaning. Right? But 별, 말씀, 요 is kind of how I would like separate that out. Because it's very like 별 is its own root. Yeah, K is 4. You guys got it. 해, 주, 유, 개. All right, I got these for you. Q, U, K, 해, 주. Which one is 해? Which one's 해? Welcome is literally a weird phrase too. I'm not sure what the literal meaning is, to be like, you are welcome to the thing I did or gave. I think, I don't know. I don't actually know the etymology of it. I would assume you are welcome just means literally that. You are welcome in general, to me as a person, to everything that I do. Like you say, welcome to my home. It's a literal, the word welcome is very literal. Welcome. Like, you coming in is received positively. You are always allowed to come here and spend time at my home, right? So people tend to say welcome when you walk into a store or home. But you can also use it to say welcome, like, with me in general as a person. Like, conceptually almost, right? Yeah, here with me. So, sort of like that. So I've always assumed it comes from that, but it could have some weird etymology that I don't know about. That's like something totally different. I don't know. But that's what I've always assumed, at least. He, yeah, is what you guys all said. 1. This is yeah. So he, yeah, ke, chu. So remember these. This is pronounced differently because it doesn't have either of these letters in front of it. It's just yeah. Right? 2. I'll do these for you. Oh, whoops, Q. Last one. Okay. Oh my god, the hardest ones. Do it. Do it now. So we're based on the same Chinese character. Oh, yeah. Fukubetsu or... Yeah, I wonder how it's written in Hanja. I'm curious. You want Chant to be your Valentine? Guys, don't forget to use my G Fuel Valentine's card. I'm really happy that came out. Hold on, let me find it for you. Let me find it. It's really good, I promise. It's really great. It's really great. It's a Valentine, and on it, it has me, and you can hand it. It's like the ones you give out in grade school, where you like have a little thing with a phrase on it and a picture, and you hand it to someone. And mine says, "I put on my robe and wizard hat." That's one for probably the older millennials, to be honest. And that one, I wrote it. I gave 2 options. I was like, yeah, I'd like it to say this or this. And that one was the top one. And and my poor manager, Kenzo, he was like, I just had to look that up. He didn't know what it was. So he looked it up and he was like, fuck. He didn't like it, but he also loved it. I was like, oh, you've never read The Legend of Blood Ninja? Oh, had to relearn that one? Yeah. I think a lot of people recognize the phrase, but they don't remember, like, any of the context. And I was like, you know, it'd be really fucking funny if mine was one of the schnastiest ones, but it was in, like, the worst of ways. You start thinking about the pizza, and you're like, no. Oh, it's so funny. Anyway, send people that one. I'm sure they'll love it. Hi, Joe. How are you, Joe Fudge? You doing well, Joe? I'm doing well. The other one that I sent them that I was like, this one would be funny too, was it just said, you're pretty all right, I guess. or just, you're pretty all right. I was like, that's another really good one. You know? Because how funny is it just handed a Valentine's Day card that says you're all right? But I like the Roman Wizard hat one. I wanted it to feel, yeah, on brand. All right, let's see what you guys got. 1, 3, 4, 2, 5 seems to be what most people have. Yeah. So mi, ru, mu, I, pi. Which one is cute? Let me see it. Good. How are you? I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm doing all right. We're doing a little Korean. I decided to start from the beginning so chat can learn, and then I can just like explain anything as I go along. I am not going to claim to be an expert in this language because, again, I learned by getting thrown in the deep end of a pool and learning my way out. It was not done very formally. So I'll just share what I do know as best I can. But, like, fucking look it up. If I ever say, I'm not sure, but I think it's this, that means I'm not telling you I think it's definitely 100% that. I'm saying I think maybe, and there's a chance it might not be, so look it up, you know? So just make sure you look shit up. Let's be on the test next week. I'm not gonna test anybody. You test yourself. It's about discipline. It's about something. Yeah. Q's too. You guys got it. Do this one. Is this something you're gonna keep going through with on streams? If you guys want it, yeah. If you want it. I'd also like to for me because, I mean, there might be some basic shit that I forgot. Straight up, what if we're doing easy vocabulary and they're doing like names of fruits and they say one and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, what's orange? Oh, orange. You know? What if like I actually forget one? I would like to brush up because, again, like, The stuff that's well reinforced in my mind is stuff I had to sit there and listen to or say a lot. There's some basic fucking, like, words that I might just, like, not even remember because I didn't have to say them ever, you know? So it'll be nice for me, too. All right, let's see what you guys said. Piaz 5, Raz 2, Chiz 4, Chaz 3, says 1. 5, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yeah. Yep. Sunseng name is teacher. That's what's always ended on at the end. Yeah, we know. Sunseng is teacher. Nim is a formal suffix. It's like calling someone blank sama in Japanese. Wow. Nim has kind of similar levels of respect to it. It's more of like an authoritative figure, and it works for scholars. It works for Lucky, get off of my desk. Works for you'll hear it a lot in historical context, especially. But yeah, teachers always Sunseng nim. You don't hear Sunseng alone too much. Sometimes, yeah, lawyers and doctors especially. Yeah, always. Lucky, there's no food for you here. I was snacking earlier, and he's looking at, like, the plate. Or not the plate, the container. Nice fucking try, pal. Man, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. We're reinforcing chat's Korean. Quick, find that. Raiders, is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Ah. Can we call you Sim? You can call me Sim. Yeah. Sim is fine. Sometimes they're really casual lazy. No, something is more like you're referring to them, but you're not talking directly to them. If you're calling them and you're like, excuse me, teacher, you're typically gonna say 선생님, not 선생. But you will say 선생 if you are referring to them. They're like, which teacher told you this? And you're like, Kim, whatever the name is, 선생. You might not always say 님 at the end. 님 is more often going to be when you're referring directly to them. You're talking to them. You're calling them out. Then again, it is just good to say 님 all the time at the end, so most people still will. Is their actual name at all, or just teacher? Usually just teacher, but you'll put the name beforehand to refer to them. Yeah. You do. I personally was not in, like, high school, right? Like, sitting there and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not 100% sure of all the nuance with it, but, you know. There were people that I called Sungtingnim, but it wasn't, like, a school. Thea, hello. Oh, my God. So many, like, raids and shit. Hello. We're reinforcing Korean with chat. We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing. Anyway, yes, 4. You guys got it. Rah! I hope stream was good. I hope you had a good time. I'll be on tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, so I'll have my long day. I'll probably get on after this and do some late night racing and shit. Tony was here, and I know he was here an hour ago, and then he's probably seeing what's going on and be like, "You wanna get boosting?" Watch Korean variety shows? Oh, a little bit. Sometimes. She was interesting. Oh no. I groan on the inside. Guys, do this one. 43152. Noki. Yeah, rivets would be the second one. Noki. 43152. Okay, let's see. Q 4 he 3 2 1 U 5 yeah 2. Yeah, you left out the 5. That's fine. Close enough. Ooh, which one's ooh? Moo. My favorite video recently is the "You found your moo, a moo." That fucking cow. Oh, he's my favorite. Yes, the cunty cow. I love him. Yeah, it's two guys. I love the cunty cow. He's so cute. I mean, it's very obviously like fake. It's fake. It's fake, guys. I'll show you. Hold on. You see the cunty cow? Hold on. All right. We have Muthu. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, you found your moo. Oh, oh, moo. It's obviously staged. It's obviously edited, but it's so good. Moo. It's the at the end. The moo. And my favorite is when any girl ever, I'm driving. When they start doing that, I'm going. They start doing the at the end because they're getting pissed. It's my favorite. All right, what did you say? 41532 41235. Oh, it's a little mixed. Let's see. Nu four tall 1 2 412 2 3 5 41235. Yeah. Ugh. Now. Yeah. It's my favorite. Which one is you? Which one is you? I need to know what that cow thinks of the new Lady Gaga song. Guys, what do you think, chat? What do you think of the new Lady Gaga song? Let's play it. Let's play it. Abracadabra. Here, I'm letting you listen to it. I think the intro fucks. Okay, I'm going to stop the song right there, and we're going to listen to that intro again. Because I think the intro fucks. There's nothing wrong with the rest of the song. But, like, if they just did the intro and the rest of the song never happened, I'd be happy. Right? I remember when I first heard this, I was like, if this is the whole song, it's perfect. And then they did other things, and I was like, shut up. You know what I mean? The transition of the verse is jarring, but the rest is good. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Anyway, this is the new Lady Gaga song. Moo! Yeah, Yule is 2. You guys got it. Pure. Which one's Pure? It's the one that I hate this font for. It do fuck? I know. I know. They got that keyboard that kind of sounds like the Diddy Kong Racing keyboard. Do you hear that? That. They got that straight up Diddy Kong Racing keyboard in there, the piano. Ooh. Yeah, Pure is 2. It just looks so bad in this font. I don't like this font for this language. K. Which one is it? I wish she said real words in the chorus. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a lot of... Then she says words right there, but you know. Yeah, it's Juan K. Remember, this ye does not have a Y sound. Okay? When it's next to kiok or an H, we have ke and he, even though it looks like ye. You just say it that way. And then to you. It's your first time looking at English on stream? Yeah, Lady Gaga's teaching me right now. You know, people always talk about abracadabra, but what do they know about that zimzalabim? Am I right, EU chads? Just kidding. None of them are... None of them are fucking awake. Just kidding. It's DJ and NA hours and like 2 EU guys that are going to work soon. Nobody in the US knows what Zimzalabim is unless they listen to Red Velvet and they're like, is that Red Velvet song? That word doesn't fucking exist in the US. The unana will be on the test. Yeah, write these lyrics in Korean right now. It's time. Pe. Where the fuck is Pe? 1 through 4. Yeah, we're in Oceania hours. Honestly, yeah. I'm always awake at these hours, though, so for me, I'm like, I don't know. I have a lot of friends in Europe, and they wake up and they message at this time, and they're like, yeah, I'm getting up for work. And I'm like, I haven't slept yet. Yeah, Pe. E pyo yo Pe. Che. 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 Peak Abracadabras by Brown Eyed Girls. Okay, yeah, it is, but their best song, well, they have a few songs that are their best song, for being honest. Their best song was not Abracadabra. Like, they themselves had some really good fucking songs. Sixth Sense went crazy. Their later stuff, when they started getting into disco, like mild disco, went insane. Insane. Yeah, che is 2. Yo che pyo pe. Fuck it, we're listening to Brown Eyed Girls next. Thanks, Lady Gaga. Yeah, that's Lady Gaga's new song. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It just doesn't do anything crazy except for that one breakdown that they use as the intro. You know? It's all right. It's okay. I like when she says, ooh, na, na. That goes insane. Brown Eyed Girls. I'll play you my favorite Brown Eyed Girls song. Where is it? It's Brave New World. This album is called Basic, all caps. It went so crazy. No thanks. I don't want to pay for your stupid shit. What is this about? Level 3 of vowels. What? Oh, okay. They're just reinforcing. Are they gonna do doubles? Are they gonna do wa and wa? We didn't get doubles. Like ooh makes wa. Ooh makes wa. Alright, guys, which one's all? Love this album. It was so good. It was so good. Nothing came close. 1 through 4. It's 4. Du, u, nu, a. It's the only different one. Okay, we've done some of this before. Give me the numbers in order. Go. Chapter 2. Okay. I would think it would make sense to just put them in this, but it doesn't matter. When they do release music, it always fucks so hard. Well, yeah, no, I always liked a lot of their solo albums too, and Kayin is one of my most favorite artists, straight up. I liked when back then Korea was like, don't talk about sex in songs if you're a woman, it's impure. And then she was like, I'm gonna make a song about what the first time is like. And they were like, oh oh, and she was like, I'm gonna perform it on music shows and shit where everyone watches. And they were like, ah. Yeah, it was called Bloom. She was trying to liken it to like a woman blooming, right? And she was trying to make it like a very positive song about it, like, you know. And so people were pissed, and she was like, haha, I don't care. And then her next song was called Truth or Dare, and it was making fun of people that didn't like that song. And I was like, yeah. She's always been like that. You know, like Kendrick became a professional hater recently. He's always been, but like especially recently. She always did that too. You know what I mean? Like she was always that. But she wasn't diss tracking one person. She was just like, you all suck. Here's why. It was good. She was always right, and that's why no one's hate her for it. She missteps once, they're gonna be like, that bitch. I always knew she was a bitch, or whatever the fuck. Because they always react to people that way. All right, let's see if you're right. 4, ka, 2, 1, ko, 3, na, 5. That is, yeah, that's what you guys got. All right, I like in this rap when she goes plus minus right there. Plus minus. I got a blood pressure. I gotta need some fresher. It's my favorite part of that rap. I hate the way she says it. I gotta need some fresher. She was saying fresh air. Bars, bars. Cool. Yep, it's 4. All E na cool. Nah. Which one's not? Paradise Lost had people in such a tizzy. Oh my god, the dance for it too. The video was so good. So good. Insane. I just really liked when there were more Korean girl groups that were about being women. And a lot of the girl groups that are popular now, there are few that are like womanly. It's mostly youthful. Either girls or women, but they're being more youthful than they used to. They used to go like full mature vibe for certain groups, and nowadays I feel like there are way fewer groups that do that. Back when they were actually adults, yeah. Even now, there will be groups that'll have some members that are a little younger, but they're still like over adult age. And it'll be a little weird because they'll be catering toward a younger audience typically. And I just look at that and I'm like, yeah, but one of those members is like a 26-year-old woman. And she's next to a 19-year-old. Like, and they're doing stuff that's like age appropriate for the 19-year-old, and it's catering toward like guys that are that age or slightly younger even to buy into their merch and shit. And I'm like, look at that 26-year-old on stage go. You know? It's always funny. Yeah, ooh is ooh 4. We don't need to go over this one again, actually. You guys have done this a million times. Do this one, though. Do this one. Yeah, the survival show groups, it's true. Have any of you watched, do you guys like watching messy Korean television? Like, someone asked about variety shows earlier, but I don't mean variety shows. I mean, like, I've been watching Singles Inferno. I mean shows like that. Like reality shows, kind of. There's been an influx of them that are funded by Netflix. So Netflix has them on there, and Singles Inferno is one of them. I've been watching the most recent season. And it's so... It's so messy because I've seen several of those girls before and their faces have changed. And like, look, I'm not really a plastic surgery hater because I think getting a little bit of it to be happy with yourself, totally fine. If anything, healthy. But there's a point where I'm like, all right, you've been on 3 different shows over the past few years and your face looks different in all of them. And it's getting a little scary. Yeah, it's the conformity, right? Like, looking like a better version of yourself is fine. Wanting that. Looking like someone else. Just being like, I don't want this face. Give me a different one. That's where I'm like, ooh. Don't love that. 2, 3, 5, 1, 4. Let's see. 2, 2, ka, 3, ta. Yeah, 5, 2, 1, 4. Yeah. I think the thing that bothers me about that, the most recent season of that show, is that everyone has really obvious veneers and they're too white. Except for like, I think 2 of them don't. Really, one of them definitely doesn't. But they all have really obvious veneers. They're incredibly perfectly white. And there are like 2 of them where they have veneers from like canine to canine, but their molars they don't have veneers on. And then when they smile, you see the difference. And I'm like, come on, man. If you're gonna do it, just do it. You know, it like really bothers me. It really bothers me when I see it. I'm like, just do all of them or something. I don't know. They look very altered. Yeah, one of them is even Miss Korea 2020. Xian, the one that's like really popular, she had a very different looking face on a Produce 48. She was on this like other survival show as an idol. And I was looking and I was like, that's her? That's her? And like when you put the pictures side by side, you can see it, but it's a little shocking. 1, 3, 5, 4, 2, we're thinking. Let's see. Go, na. Oh, ah, ka. Nice. 2. I don't need to tell you. You guys know. You guys know. Let's get through these just to get through the lessons. You've already done it. You've already proven. It's gonna be 4 every time. Bow, bow. Do you want me to just speed through these for you? You'll do one and I'll do the rest. Someone for produce there? Yeah. Here, you guys do this. I'll show you. If you search her name and do before and after, you might be able to find, like, what she looked like. She looked really different. And I think you want to tune up your face? You want to tune it up? Go for it. But, like, they look so different sometimes. Okay, here she is. Boom. Same girl. Right is right now on, like, the show that she's on, which is a dating show. Left is what she looked like when she was on a different show, an idol survival show, performing as an idol. Produced 48. Same girl. And she already had work done on the left. She already had some stuff done. Doesn't she look so different? And I think she looked really good before, too. I think her surgeries are well done, and she also looks good after. Like, she doesn't look bad in either. I was just like, wow, you really went, like, all out when you already looked good. You know? Time in between photos? Maybe 5 years? I don't remember when Producer 48 was. Might have even been a bit before that. It's been a bit. It's been a bit. I will say part of it is probably her losing baby fat in her face as well. Because when you're younger, you don't realize how much fat is in your face. Like, subcutaneous fat. But, yeah, when I look at old pictures of her, I'm just like, who are you? Oh, this is a really good one. In this one, you can, like, you can see that she is the same person. So here's a before picture. I know it's unflattering, but, like, that's the before. And let me find an after picture. Let me find one that's candid. A candid photo and not, like, here. So part of it is just losing baby fat. Look at that. This one, she looks more similar to herself. But, like, at the same time, there are things where I'm like, wow, you really did a lot. Yeah, she looks photoshopped. She photoshopped herself IRL, basically. But that's you see the difference? Like, you can look at this and you can see that it is probably the same person, but yeah, she looks so different. But, like, almost all of the contestants have this. Yeah. She's just the most easy to pick out because she was, like, on that show, so there's so many images of her. I feel like the variety of looks across faces is going down over time. Yeah, it's convergent. That's most people's issue. Let me check how you guys did. 3, 1, 4, 5, 2. Okay. 3, 1, 4. Yeah, 5, 2. Okay. I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to look different again, but when they're all trying to do the same thing, I'm like, come on, man. But, you know, I have a very American mindset where, yes, there's some convergence, but there's a lot of celebration of new shit all the time or something different. There are actors where they're like, oh my God, sexiest man alive. And I'm like, why? I don't get it. I'm like, he's got a weird nose. His chin's funny, you know, whatever. But just overall, people just like him, right? And there's a lot of celebration of that. Or, like, there's so many women that are like, oh my God, that Adam Driver. And I'm like, what? Personally, I'm like, I do not see it. But in the US, there are a lot of women that are like, nope, I like that. That's good. Not just like, that's okay. That's good, right? You would never see that in Korea, where someone has some non-standard features and they're like, wow, that's great. I do think over time they've been moving a little more toward it, but you know, they haven't been anything like the US with that, at least. But there's a little more move toward it at times, and then I feel like social media is like holding it back. The Kylo guy, yeah. Yep. Some cosplayers used to follow who are the girl next door kind of look, and now their face is all puffy and wonky. Yeah, I think a lot of the procedures that are more worth it and look more natural tend to be more expensive. And the thing that people always do to change stuff is they always do fillers. And there's been, thankfully, a really big trend recently of people going and doing procedures to dissolve their filler. You can inject something else that just dissolves most of it, and gets rid of it. And then they show the before and after. And filler is what makes you look puffy, because it's literally filler. It's just like, you know, a material, oftentimes like a bunch of hyaluronic acid. And they just put it somewhere and it pushes a part of the face out a little. And they'll use it to reshape things, but it's purely additive. And while that can even some stuff out, sometimes, yeah, you just end up looking puffy. I don't think it's good. Were there 512? Let's see. No. J. No. This one is 2, 3, 5, 1, 4. All right. I'll do these for you. We can end them there. I think that's a good point. We've done enough, and then we'll come back and then make you do it again another day, and then you're gonna be like, fuck, I forgot it all. Then you do it 100 times, and then you'll remember it by the end of it. We'll come back and we'll do the last of it another day. And then we'll do, what is this? Oh, you didn't want to review. Ooh. Ooh. Putting in those hours. Yeah. Yeah, I have been recently. I have been. Alright, we'll do more of this another day. We will. Actually, reminds me, I do want to message Mouse. I wanted to do... We never continued our tier list. I'll ask her right now. I'll see if we can pick a day. Anyway, thank God this owl is still alive. I don't know how long he'll be alive. But at least we got to see him before they take him out back and murder him old yellow style. Old yellow? Old yeller style. Poor thing. Look at him. Look at how happy he is. Why would they do this? He's a good riddance. He's going to a rehab upstate with the other nice owls. Hold on, sorry. I'm moving my legs very weirdly because my cat is trying to settle in. Here you go, Nucky. My legs are yours. You may sit wherever you want, King. Okay. I think that's what he wants from me. Sit here, my lord. All right. It's time, guys. We can end on a better song. Hold on. The vibes of this are okay. 다가왔어. You said you wanted Kill Bill earlier. Someone was like, play their song Kill Bill. I want to listen to their song Kill Bill. There we go. All right. Who's even awake and live at this time? Michi's on. Michi. No, Chibi is on. Okay. Okay. Good enough for me. Let's raid Michi. There you go. Let me know in the Discord if you want me to pace differently. If you want me to do less and then do more days of this. If you like the longer lessons where I just do a big chunk of it. So you can just sit there and review on your own. If you like when I just speed through stuff so you can do your own practice, or if you'd rather I sit there and we just do all of that practice on stream where you're doing it, etc., etc., etc. Just let me know. But I like stuff like this, and I hope we get into things that I actually need review on at some point. That'd be nice. Probably just speaking sentences and things. I like. There's gonna be so much where I'll hear it and I'm like, yeah, I know what that is, and then I'll have to speak and I'm like, how does that word conjugate again? Like, you know? So, I don't know if Duolingo will be like. I don't know how like high level Duolingo goes, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I haven't used it before until now, so we'll see. Anyway, go have fun with Michi. When you get in there, say hi, Nathaniel. Can the raid message just say hi, Nathaniel? My name is Nathaniel. I have to send her that. I don't know if she's seen that. I like to dance. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow, mainstream Sunday.